Thank you. Thank you, Joan. We'll call the Board of Equalization into order out of recess. Oh, we need a motion. No, we're just on recess, so. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, Gordon Wendell, Deputy Director of Equalization. For starters, we have Dennis and Stan Anderson, and Rod has that. It's going to be a step they aren't here today, but we'll let him talk about that.
Okay, thank you, Rod. So you're on item number 95, yep.
Good morning, Board. So I had visited with the owner, and they just got back to me late Monday night, so that's why it didn't quite make the stip list, and we didn't have time to pull it from the booklets that you have there. But he's good with the recommendation that I have for tax ID 47237, and that's to change the valuation to 84,800, and that's my recommendation.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ruskinek.
Rod, what is that? That's 3.3 acres?
Yes.
What's it zoned?
It's zoned commercial.
Okay.
And we had, the reason that's we had quite a few values change on this corridor. We got a new zoning map from Wall that kind of brought in some new parcels. Previously, this was zoned, I believe, residential, but there's some that are just north of there that are now zoned commercial. So we added it to our commercial land schedule.
So I see you're using per acre as a unit. Normally I would use per square foot on a property like this. It makes more sense to me.
Yeah. If you look at, I mean, there is a per square foot value to it. We have $1.25 per square foot for the first half acre, and then the rest at 25,000 per acre. So that's, it might not be on how it's explained there, but we do have a per square foot valuation for the part that we feel is developable.
Okay.
So the applicant's comfortable with the change. It looks like your recommendation is to change the value to 84,800 to equalize with the neighboring commercial properties. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
The next one on the docket is, your tab will be 96, Star Group with Scott Henriksen and Derek.
How we'll work this is we'll let Derek have the floor to present, and then we'll go to you, sir.
Sounds good.
This is what I emailed you the end of last week. Yep, I got that, yeah, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dalen. I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. The subject property we are talking about today has a tax ID of 34414, and it is located at 3228 Harmony Lane. This is within the city limits of Rapid City. It's on the west side. It's just north of the Jackson Boulevard and 32nd Street intersection, and just south of the Canyon Lake Drive and Susan intersection, just west of like the Canyon Lake baseball field. The owner of the property is a Star Group LLC, who is represented by Mr. Scott Henriksen today. And I'm recommending that the 2024 assessed value of $287,800 be upheld, with a land value of $54,600 and a structure value of $223,200. As part of this appeal, an exterior review of the property was completed. After this review and considering sales, an adjustment was made to the recommended value. Initially, this property was assessed at $297,600, and again, that recommended value was $287,800. And comparable sales support this recommended value. And a little bit about the subject property. It is 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a little over 1,500 square feet. It is all above grade. It was built in 1972 and sits on a 0.16 acre lot. Comparable sales, they range in year built from 52 to 1973. Square footage from a little over 1,200 square feet to almost 1,500 square feet. And comparable sales, the most comparable one would be Comp 1 on your grid. It's a little older than the subject, but most similar in size, garage size, condition. As far as Comp 3, that would be an inferior property to the subject since it is older, slightly smaller, sold for $260,000. And then Comp 2 would be a superior property. It's similar in age, has more finished square feet since it's over a finished basement. Has an additional bathroom and a larger garage, and this sold for $324,900. And Mr. Henriksen, he shared comparable sales as well. And most of them that he provided, one of them was a current listing that's a neighboring property, and 2 of them were after November 1st, the legal assessment date here. So they didn't have any bearing on the 2024 assessed value. There were 2 other sales that were from 2023. However, they were noticeably smaller than the subject property as well. So with that, again, I'm recommending that the assessed value of $287,800 be upheld. That's a land value of $54,600 and a structure value of $223,200.
Thank you. I'll recognize, you just need to identify yourself for the record, sir, and I'll
Okay.
then
Yep, I'm sorry.
give you the floor.
Thank you. My name is Scott Hendrickson. I represent Star Group LLC. So all of these comps that were provided from year 2022, I'm a real estate agent, so I've got access to MLS data. I didn't realize that November 1st cutoff, so I did send him some there that were very accurate, but not within the time frame that we were talking here. I've got 2 more comps that I have that were in 2023. There's actually a lot of data in 2023, so I would argue that the process, you guys have heard this probably a million times, is pretty broken, that we're not taking data that's relevant. We're taking 2022 data when there's 2023 data, and actually very close to 2024 data as well. So when I'm looking at here, so he was right, the property, I think it's closer to 1,400 square feet, but it's 3 bedroom, 1 bath. That's really what we're looking at here. Comp number 2 on what we chose here was a 5 bedroom, 2 bath, 2,700 square foot house.
Don't mean to interrupt you, Scott. We don't have copies of your comps.
This is
You're using, okay, you're using.
This is what he has.
Okay,
Yeah, it's what he
great.
sent me.
Okay.
So if the comps, yeah, sorry, I'll give you guys other comps too, I'm sorry. But so what I'm proposing, I've got a lot of other comps, but I'm trying to make it simple. I'm just going to try to replace 2 of them because I do think there's some integrity on some of these here. But the comp number 2 on the form that Eric provided here it's a 2,700 square foot, 5 bedroom, 2 bath house. We're talking, I mean, that is wildly inappropriate to be on this page on a 1,400 square foot, 3 bedroom, 1 bath house. I don't think I'm a real estate agent, but I also think that just a normal person would say, how did that end up as a comp on here? So I'm proposing to strike that one, and I've got a comp that I'll give you guys to show that. And then the second one that I'm looking at is comp number 4. That is a quick math, a little over 1,900 square foot house, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Second bath matters. Square footage isn't all of this. It's not just everything, but it's definitely a huge consideration. Bath counts are huge as well. So that one has an additional bath and, roughly 400 square feet more. So I'm proposing that we strike those 2. I've got a comp here. Sorry, I should have printed 2, but I'll give these to you guys or however you would like to. One of them was a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, similar square footage, within a half mile from that property, that it sold in 6/22/23 for 227,000. So I would ask that we use that as one of the comps in there. And then I've got another one. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, actually larger. And this one sold last summer, 7/9/23 for 254. This one's about a mile away from that house. I have additional ones, if we want to get crazy, of ones that I actually represented and I sold. So these are houses that I know very much in detail, and they are less than this house that I own, or that Star Group owns. So I can give you more of those, but I think just in time reference, I think this is relatively clear if I give these to you. I think you guys will kind of see if we strike these bigger houses with more bathrooms and add a better comp in, it'll make sense. I'm with the values of these putting in there, and then the other comps that are already provided. I think the value is closer to about 255. That's what I'm asking for a change on that.
So Scott, on those ones that you mentioned, do you happen to know what the condition of those homes are?
Yep, there are pictures on there. They're similar condition, arguably better condition. But I have pictures and everything that kind of show that. And it was my mistake. I would have provided these. I didn't realize it was a November cutoff, so I just looked at the most recent data. I looked at data that was relevant to today. I didn't realize that there's a pretty big delay there, which definitely impacts value. 2022, as you guys know, was definitely COVID era. I mean, prices were through the roof. You guys had a mess last year kind of dealing with this. So that data is very inaccurate to today's market. And that's kind of where I think we were kind of missing as a community. But in this one, I think it's very easy to miss. That comp 2 is just wild to me. A 2,700 square foot, 5-bedroom, 2-bath. That should have never hit this page.
Mr. Chair.
He's in the middle talking.
Yeah, no, and I'm good. I'm just trying to prove the point of that. That's just a crazy one to even be on there to begin with. But do you want me to give these to you, or how would you?
Yeah, you can pass them down. At least we can look at them. You can give them to Ron. Mr. Laster.
I just wanted to get the number so I could understand what he was saying on the square footage and the sale of those homes.
Oh, okay.
Because I caught the price of the home. I didn't catch the square footage of the home. I'm not sure he said it.
No, you didn't say the square, but you thought
It's
they were
on
similar.
there, and I should have printed more. I'm sorry, guys. They're similar. One of them is smaller. So the 254, I represented that sale, so I know quite a bit about that. That was a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, and that was a right around 1,900 square feet. So that's a bigger house. The other one I believe is smaller. I think it's more like 1,200. 3-bedroom, 1-bath. Like, it's comparable in terms of, I think it's actually a better comparable. But I wanted to have that 4-bedroom on there just to show. Yeah, and I didn't realize, I didn't know there was a cutoff, otherwise I would have. No, you can have it. Within real estate, we look at, if we're looking at a year-old comps, it's very inaccurate. So that's what I was trying to give you the most accurate information. I didn't realize that cutoff was there, so.
Is there any more, Mr. Drews?
So Scott,
Yes,
the land they have at 54,600.
correct.
Do you agree with that?
I think that's in range, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, so
Mr.
what do you
Oscar.
think this should be?
I think it should be right around 255, I think is the value of that house.
255?
Correct, yep.
And why is that?
It's just based off of the comps that I've seen here. So you guys I know it's a little bit harder because you're looking at just kind of statistics there. I'm looking at kind of statistics and then just a little bit of the value of the area. It's just definitely, if you want to take that high comp that I just passed around at 255 for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, it's worth less than that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
So you think the value is 255 even though last year it was 270?
Correct. I have quite a few rentals that I represent. We choose it's a lot of work to do this, and you guys have, I know it's a lot of work on your end, so we choose to kind of go after the ones that are the biggest ones. This year, I think we challenged 6 of them, and 5 of them we were able to come to a conclusion with. This one, we're not. And I think we would have come to a conclusion if I would have understood that I didn't need to give comps that were 2 months old. I needed to give older comps to kind of support that. I was just trying to give really accurate data, which I didn't know that that cutoff was there. So,
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
so what data did you use in those other 5 that you came to conclusions with? Because obviously, you're telling me you didn't know what you were supposed to give. So what did you give in those 5 cases that y'all were able to come to an agreement on?
I gave comps as well. They were just, there was a timeline. So I think those comps had sold in the summer, whereas I think the comps I provided on this originally were December comps. So I would argue if we looked at the December comps, which we did, but I know he didn't have access to them, that would support what I'm asking for as well.
And Mr. Chair, if I could jump in on some
Sure.
of those as well. Yeah, Mr. Hendrickson, he's right. He appealed 5 or 6 properties and went out, looked at all of them, and adjustments were made after looking at the other properties besides this one, where the value was reduced. One was pretty significant. It's currently an uninhabited house that we had in as a house that could be lived in. So there was an adjustment there. Then others had some foundation considerations that were correctly taken into account after Mr. Henriksen appealed. So all of the properties, we went out, looked at them, and came to an agreement after that review and additional information from Mr. Henriksen.
Did you have any more on, Travis, do you have a follow-up?
Not at this time.
Did you go out and look at the interior of this house also?
I wasn't able to get into the inside of this one. There was some time constraints there with Mr. Henriksen was out of town and getting this appointment scheduled. There was some constraints there. However, with the subject property, where it's located, it's in a neighborhood that's due for one of our reappraisal projects where we go door to door through a neighborhood, double check our information. And with properties like that, where it's been about 6-7 years since our office has gotten a set of eyes on them, the amount of depreciation on those properties tends to be higher than a property that was, for example, reappraised last year. So that was another consideration with this property and an interior inspection, is that even with an interior inspection, I'm confident with the overall condition of the property. And Scott, he provided a description of the interior as well, or Mr. Henriksen provided it as well. So based off of what I saw on the outside, his information, I'm comfortable with the value I recommended, even though that interior inspection was not able to be scheduled.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ruskinek?
so last year, if you, I think you mentioned the number that you thought that the value should be, and that's $166 a square foot if the main level is 1,530. That would be less than the 2023 assessed value. With that being said, did you appeal last year?
I did not, no. No, I have, I don't know what I had at that time, about 42 properties. So it's, like I said, it's a lot of work to do that, and we just kind of pick our battles on it to see what comes in and what makes sense. So, no, I did not.
Is this property owner occupied or leased
It's a rental.
rental?
Yeah.
And what do you say you're saying it's got 1 bath?
It does.
And the interior of that, if we could get in the interior, you could rate it poor, fair, average, good, above average. Which one?
It's fair, yeah, it's
Fair.
fair. It's within what I provided. It's under the quality, and you can kind of see the pictures of the 255 one. It's under the quality of that, probably slightly. But yeah, it's fair. It's a nice house, but it hasn't been updated for 20 plus years.
And normally what I see in a property like this is that the older they get, the less value there is because they depreciate.
Sure.
Life expectancy of that house is probably 50 years when they built it.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, if everybody's done.
Any more questions?
Based on our conversation, I would recommend $180 a square foot times 1,530 That would give a value higher than 2023, but lower than the recommended 2024 of 275,400. That'd be 220,800 for the structure and 54,600 for the land. And that $180 a square foot, if you look at our packet with, it's 188 a square foot for 2024. And the reason I could live with 180 is just simply because the one bath, and just the quality rating of fare for the interior. I think that as that home gets older, it's just gonna, I don't see the house going up in value. I can see the land going up in value, but I mean, that's just my.
Let's get those numbers again so we can see if we get a
So
second.
I'm
220
recommending 220,800 for the structure,
Okay,
54,600 for the land. That'd be a total of, should be 275,400,
okay. That's
which
okay.
should be up from 2023, but it'd be lower than the recommended 2024.
I'd second that.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I think that's fair too. Scott, any last words on that?
I do have, I don't know if it would be relevant. I do have comps that are more accurate. We didn't have access to that, so I don't know if that's a fair fight on that. But I could provide those as well, which would support a value closer to the 255. Is that relevant, or is that just not fair to put in this?
We have a motion on the floor, and I think there's been good discussion on it.
Sure.
So I think
My,
next year you'll be more prepared.
My biggest concern would be, well, first off, I don't want to have to do this again. So I hope we get a better system than this. And then secondly, I don't believe I could sell. I'm a real estate agent, sell 50 houses a year. I've done it for 6 years. I don't believe wholeheartedly, you could look at me in the eyes, that I could sell that for 275. So that's where I kind of come in, and I don't know how else to prevent or to do that other than to literally list it and sell it. And I think that would give you guys the data you need to do it, but I don't want to. I mean, I think it's a good rental for me in a good neighborhood. So that's my.
Mr. Chair, I know we've got a lot of comparable sales. Did you take the time to look and see what's listed in that particular neighborhood?
Yeah,
What
I
the
provided.
what the competing properties would be?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I provided one of those. I didn't know how the process works, so I provided one that was active still at 284, 3 bedroom, 1 bath. It's a neighbor house, 2 doors down, and it hasn't sold yet at 284, and it's been remodeled and pretty nice. 2-car garage, and I
Well-
could give that to you. I have that, but it was not sold, so I didn't know how to.
Because if there's a house 3 doors down and it was, and you know that house is superior and it's listed for less, that really gives us something to hang our hat on. But right now,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
basically the information that I've got is what I see.
You want that? I can give that. I do have that here.
And Mr. Chair, a little about that listing. It's a different style of home. It has a half story up above it.
Oh, okay.
And the listing, and I'm sure Mr. Henriksen could correct me if I'm wrong, that initially listed for, I want to say 340, 350. It's been on the market for over 200 plus days now. And it's, so yeah, it's been out there for a while, and it is listed for, less than what the subject property is assessed for, but it is a little bit different in that sense, different style of home. It's been remodeled.
Where's it
And it's a
located?
touch
Where's this
smaller.
one located?
It's 2 doors down, I believe.
The listing?
Yeah,
It's, 2 doors down from the subject property. It's
this one
just-
here? This listing?
Yes, if it has a Harmony Lane address, yes.
Yeah, this thing doesn't look, I don't know, it just looks different from the subject.
It is. It's a 2-story, but I would argue, if we're saying it different, 5 bedrooms, 3 bath, 2,700 square feet is so much more different. And that was a comp that we used on this compared to that.
And this neighborhood's planned for a reassessment this
Right,
year?
yeah, I believe it's on our calendar for this summer for our office to come through for reappraisal where we go door to door, double check our exterior measurements, ideally verify interior condition if we catch people at home, and update that depreciation piece as well.
Okay. Is there any further questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, could you have Commissioner Ross Connect repeat the numbers again, please?
I believe it was structured 220,800, land 54,600, with a total of 275,400. Is that correct, Ron?
Yep. That'd be
Thank you.
$180 a square foot, land and building.
Thank you.
Seen any further questions? All in favor of the motion on the floor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. So it's at 275,400.
So you know how the process works. So if you want to come back next year, I'll be more than happy to.
Yeah,
Look
we'll
at
have
the
better data
information.
next year. I mean, we talked in depth, and it was great actually to talk with. I think the system's just relatively flawed. If we went, we talked about this too, but if we went to 90%, if we tried to hit 90% instead of 100%, I don't think we would overassess as much. And I think the problem is when we look at it as a community, when you overassess, it looks like government's taking advantage of people. When you underassess, people are usually okay with that. And I know we want to try to get tax dollars and make everything great. I'm not trying to say against that, but I think the solution would be to shoot for a 90%. I believe you have between 80 and 100% solution to go there. So rather than try to be the best, if you go to 90, I think we'll have less of this, less work. I think we'll be better off. So
Well, I think
the
Gordon
things-
says we're about 97%, ain't we, Gordon?
and the danger with 97% is you're 10% high on some of those, right? And I think that's what we saw on this is you're 10% high on a community, and that really puts a bad taste in our the owners, the property owners of, man, the government's coming after us and they're charging us more. So I think if you go to 90, you make an error like you did on mine, and that makes it 100. So we still win, right? It's hard for me to argue 100%. I just think it probably works out better. 6 years ago, there was a new system that was put into place, and I think it was better than the system in the past. But it's just not accurate in terms of real time. And I think that's always going to be an issue when you're doing a city for over a year. As a real estate agent, if I brought any of you guys, you're selling your house, and I brought you comps from 2 years ago, you should fire me or tell me to hit the road because that's terrible data. I know that's the reality that we're in, but I think the only fix that I can think of is to actually just lower that assessment rate, and then you're going to be able, if you know 90% goal, you're still going to get 100% on some people, and you're just going to be, I think, more honest with the community, and I think you'll get less than that. So I just wanted to say that. It probably not a
Could I ask
that's
what
the
you get per month for that?
rental.
Yeah.
Right now I get, it's just turning over. I think it's 1,500 a month.
15?
Yeah.
I'm also commissioner for Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, and we've
Yep.
got 30 scattered houses, and we just had them appraised last year by Scott Copeland.
Sure.
And so they're very similar to this, and that's one of the reasons that I could compromise a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's still, I think we're fair what we did today, and I think we're all willing to sit there and look at more market evidence next year.
Sure. Yep. I appreciate you guys' time. Yep.
Thanks, Scott.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
Gordon?
Okay, the next one on the schedule would be your tab 98, and that'd be for John and Angela Bates. And that will be with Chelsea.
Okay. Yeah. And sir, I don't know if you were in here before. We'll let Chelsea have the floor, and then I'll turn it over to you for your comments.
Okay.
And then come to the board for questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. My name is Chelsea Willett. We're here to discuss tax ID 71264, located at 505 Summerfield Drive in the Copperfield Vista subdivision. The home is a 2,400 square foot, 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom home of good quality construction that was built in 2021. excuse me. The homeowner's concern is in regards to value and the home's location. He has the nicest home within the neighborhood, and due to its location, the immediate neighborhood does not have sufficient comparable sales. It is because of that my recommendation is a 9% market adjustment for time on top of the 2023 private appraisal for a total of 701,900, with land at 68,600 and structures at 633,300.
Any questions for Chelsea from the commission? John, you have the floor, sir.
Perfect. So last year we did contest the assessed value, and I had a private appraisal done months before that assessment, and that value, which was the sales comparison approach, which would be the higher value, was 643.9. We had an adjuster come out and appraiser and look at the property, and that was the number that we had kind of agreed upon. I don't know if I was 100% satisfied with that. Seeing the cost approach value was 621.3, but that was what we agreed upon. This year we went up to 832,000, which was a 29.3% increase. And now you're proposing 707?
I'm proposing 701,900.
Sorry, just doing a little bit of math. Which is a $58,000 increase. Nine percent.
9%.
And I still think that puts us really high, but I appreciate you working with us a little bit. I would kind of like to be at what our local board had approved.
So the local board, that's your ask is the 656, 700,
Yes.
and you still have the floor. I read through your comments this morning.
Okay. And I'd went through the entire neighborhood to kind of see what our percentage of increases were. And they range all over the place from an 8% increase to directly across the street after they had landscaped, put up a fence, done everything. They had decreased 5%. So a lot of that really didn't make sense to me, but that's out of my wheelhouse. I'm not an appraiser.
So according to your numbers, you believe the structure is worth 588?
599, 500, value at 57,200 for a total of 656,
Oh.
700.
You're going off the old land value. I was going off of the new land.
Okay.
Question on the information that we got, your comparable sales.
Sure.
So you got the subject, if we're looking on the same page, $289 a square foot.
And that's based off of my recommendation, not the cost value or the MRA value. It's based off of my recommendation value of the
Okay, your recommendation value is what?
701,900.
701,900. Okay. So that would be lower than the 832.3 that I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's a very nice home in a sea of very average homes. So I don't disagree with him that comps will be hard to discover. He's got 2,400 square feet. I was able to come close, but not with the quality of his structure. So all I did was take a market adjustment for time within that Rapid Valley area and add it to the private appraisal price.
So if I'm looking at, and I understand what you're saying, last year was 643.9.
Correct.
Then this year it was 832.3, and then you made some adjustments and you got it down to 701.9.
Yes.
And if I look at these comparable sales and what they sell for per square foot, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, with your recommendation of 701.9.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Unless, did you say you had the home appraised by a certified real estate appraiser?
I did, and I've got that report right here.
Oh.
But that was done, this completed date was 2022. So it is a little bit old. It was not done in 2023.
Who was the appraiser?
One second, I apologize.
Well, what was the value that they came up with?
There's two values. So there is a sales cost approach, and then there is a cost approach. That was 643.9 was
I'm
their
just
value.
talking, at the end of the day, he had a value, or they did.
643.9.
What was that value?
It was $643,900.
Did you happen to see the appraisal?
Possibly.
It was, it's that last page.
Oh, yeah, I got it Monday, I think. Monday. But yeah, I knew the private appraisal existed because he had appealed prior.
You know,
That was the value that was used a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
643.9.
Okay.
And that was
That's about-
Christine Juliffs.
So, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
so with that appraisal being pretty accurate for last year's numbers, I think our staff is doing really good for where you've compromised for this year to bring it down to 701,900. I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Ross Connect.
you know, if we come back next year and I have an appraisal in front of me and it's current, I will put a lot of weight on that. But for now, I think the recommended value from our DOE office, I think that's fair. But just looking at the unit value of 289 compared to 392, 460, 347, 375. But I'd want to take a look at the whole appraisal. I don't, just to make sure that I agree with how the appraiser did the appraisal and what they used for comparable sales.
John, do you have any final comments before I go to the board for a motion?
I've got the entire private appraisal in front of me, or are we talking about her appraisal?
And that was from last year.
It was. It is.
Okay.
It's not current. I didn't go get a private appraisal this year. This was for financing at the end of the project, required by the bank. And I have not updated since. I think it might be a good idea to do that next year if
Yeah,
I run into this again.
did you appeal last year too?
I did appeal last year.
Okay, so
yes.
that's where it went down.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I go to the board for either comments or motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I'd make the motion that we follow the equalization recommendation with the total $701,900.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve equalization's recommendations of $68,600 for the land and $633,300 for structure for a total of $701,900. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. And if you do that appraisal next year, Or, you know, definitely look at it again next year. Gordon, we're on,
We're on tab 99. Lee and Bonnie Christensen, and that'll be with Chris.
so Lee, we're gonna let, Chris go first, and then we'll come to you, sir.
Right. Morning, Board. Chris Mooney, Appraiser Equalization. Tax ID is 54099. This property is located at 356 East Main Street there in Hill City on the north side of Maine, across from the 1880 train and the First Western Bank. I'm recommending a no change to our original assessed value of 273,300. That'd be 58,200 on the land, 215,100 on the structures. The assessed value went down from last year's value, about $1,600, so it didn't really change much. And this property was appealed last year and did come in front of this board, which did upheld our original value from last year. And also the property, we are still taking into account that it is a very old and dated property, and also that the land has a factor on it. We're taking off 15% of the land value on the front of the lot by the creek because it's a real swampy area that would have to have a lot of work done to it. So we're taking off value for that. And I see no reason to lower our original assessed value since the data has not changed on the property. And also homes are still selling there really well in Hill City, to where the three comps that I did provide, they are older homes from the around 1890s. 1933 is another one. Smaller. One has a detached garage. The other two do not, and they sold between 222 and 365. So the market was really hot in Hill City this past year, and I feel that our assessed value is a fair value given that we have taken into account all those issues with the property and the land.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear, last year was 274.9 and you decreased it 0.58%, so it's 273.3.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Chris before we go to John, or Lee?
So, yes.
Mr. Drews?
So, Chris, obviously the local board had taken more than the 15% off the land value.
I did that, not the local board. They agreed with me.
Says the local board,
I know. They agreed with me. I did the figures.
okay, but their recommendation was the 45.4.
Yep.
Okay. So my question to you, Chris, is that, is 15% sufficient?
I believe so, given the size of the area that does have the issues. That is what I took off, was the acreage value
Okay.
of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Chris? Mr. Lee? You have the
Yep,
floor.
yeah. Most of the homes that were sold in the last 2 years are fairly new, and anything built in 1990 on up to 2024 doesn't compare to me at all. It says tax assessment, actual tax assessment depends on detail and features of individual property. Well, I do not have central air. I do not have any air conditioning whatsoever. I do not have a furnace. I've got a space heater that is like heart-to-hearth shells, and I supplement the heat with wood. There's the old 1890 house, 1900 house was not built to have a furnace. They burnt wood then, and the old house is what it is. Does anybody know what plaster and lath is? Well, the ceilings, I've said this every year that I've come down here, the ceilings I've got drop ceilings, and there's plaster and lath up there that kind of falls, and I've wanna take that drop ceiling down and put in some ceiling joists and put sheet rock up. But and I got sheet rock wall, I got plaster and lath walls in the kitchen and the dining room. They've been covered over fairly nice, but the ceilings are still plaster and lath, and I got a drop ceiling, and that's fallen. Uh, the other thing is the hooking up to city water and sewer. Uh, that's a thing to do. I don't know, somewhere prior to 1990, I was annexed into the city, and so you get on city water, city sewer, you get better police protection, you get better fire protection, and I had to hook onto the city sewer, and I've got two septic tanks, and I had to run water out, or electric out there to put a pump in to pump my sewer out to the city, and it's 245 feet to the south to Spring Creek, 35 feet across Spring Creek, and then another 50 feet out to the city sewer line by the highway. So I pump my sewer 330 feet out to the city line. That's where it is. I don't have gravity feed. Water, I had to hook the water 100 plus feet to the west, and then another 75 feet under the Mickelson Trail to the west side to hook onto water. You know, so it's an old house. It's still, we got, I'd like to take care of the plaster and lath and the garage. The garage is also, I don't have the whole garage underneath, the top of it, sheetrock, only about 25%. So I'd have to hire somebody, I'm getting old, somebody to sheetrock the rest of the roof of the garage and do the work of, in the house. That said, I was here last year and presented a case against that 273,900 or something. And I said, showed that 2020, and if I may approach you, last year I said 2020, it should have been 181,400. And Mr. Mooney said, we got to put 195,000 on there, you know. But all my assessments went up on 195,000, not on this 181. And if I may show you, it is signed by Mr. Mooney. That you only went up to 181, 4,000, or 100. Signed by him, signed by the equalization. And so he lied last year by saying, we just have to put 195,000 on.
Need to speak into the mic, sir.
We just have to put the 195,000 on there, you know, and so all the assessment went up on the 195,000, not on the 181 that is there. And so I've been overtaxed, and that's sounding by. So yeah, I've been overtaxed all those years because it went up by the 100 and.
Need to give Ms. Hadcock.
What?
He's got another.
I don't know if you want to see that.
Do you, can you put a Sidwell map up there so I can see the lot?
Oh, just. a rapid
2.3
map?
acre lot, so
Rapid
we
map?
can see.
Yeah, that's what she's doing there, so, yeah.
The bottom line is what it should have been based on the 181.4 instead of 191, 95,000, which he said, we just have to put that on there. And so all the assessments were increases are based on 195,000, not on the 181.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock?
do you have a counteract of what he's talking about? Because, do you want to see this paper he wrote on you?
If that,
That way you
That's
can
his writing.
counteract it with the facts. Thank you, honey.
Where the city in that year, I recommended 179.2, and it went up 2,200 to that 181.4. And he said, well, we got to put 195,000 on there, just, but it'd be based on the impression it'll be based on the 181, and it isn't.
Well, what's in front of us now, Lee, is what we can see is the 2023 assessment was 274.9, and it's going down to 273,
Barely went down,
300 is
yeah.
what that states. And that's what the recommendation is from the staff, but the local board, which you appealed to them, they came back at 253.9, which is a 45,400 for land and 208,500 for the structure.
Yes.
So that's the recommendation from the local board. So I think our commission has those two to look at.
And that is based on the 181 floor going up as the assessment rates increased. They increased the 181.4. You can see that on the bottom lines on all of those, and shows what's overtaxed.
We're dealing with what's in front of us, and from that, our numbers for structures, and that's what you're talking about, is the local board was 208,500. Our original one was 215,100 for structure, and staff's recommendation is 215,100. Mr. Mooney must be from the local board.
Pardon?
was it?
When he talks about Mooney's.
That was, I just put what the local board did.
Okay.
So it's just to show you what they voted on.
Okay.
And I lowered the price of the land because of the, I said last time, I got 44% is in the floodway and 18% is in the 100-year hazard zone. I cannot believe that a floodway is worth 58,000 some dollars. And last year it was that. The year before it was lower, but it went up. And it shows on his stuff that it went up $4,600 an acre to the 58,000 something 200.
Chair,
Well, that floodplain is not worth $58,000 an acre. I don't know. And he says 15%.
So
Okay, I got Ms. Hadcock next in line.
I'd like to hear from our equalization officer on this issue. I just came into this, so I appreciate your explanation.
Yeah, so we are talking about the 2024 assessed value. Every year is a brand new year.
Yeah.
It starts over from scratch. We look at sales, and the sales in Hill City this past year were still hot. So every year is a brand new year. And taxes are a totally different deal. We're dealing with assessed value. So with our value being just a hair bit less than last year's value, and we are taking into account issues with the house, issues with the land, I feel our assessed value is an appropriate assessed value, appropriate market value.
Other than he started with 195,000 and it should have been 180.
He has the floor, sir.
And
Let him finish, sir.
raised that up
Sir?
myself.
Our staff is talking, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I respect that you're here speaking, but our staff is speaking right now, sir.
Yes, and yes, that was the value back in 2020. But since then, with COVID market, real estate did go up quite a bit. And since we are talking about this year's assessed value, not in 2020, because every year is a whole new year for us. Sales change every year. We follow the market. And in Hill City, it was still a hot market this past year. Even with him or even with his property going down a little bit. His did not go up what it probably should have. So I think, given those issues with the house, our value is an appropriate market value.
And that's why you lowered the value as well, because of the market assessment that you had, basically.
Given, yes, given all the comps, we look at 3 years of sales in Hill City. And that is what we came up with, was pretty similar value to last year.
And you came up with the same stuff that he had on similarities with, that you took some of the, could have been higher because of those different values that you had changed because of what was brought up or what you have seen in the land,
Yeah,
in the house.
yes.
You already took all those off, those comps.
Yes, yeah, the comparables, a lot of those don't have the big, or those don't have the big shop building nor near the land, and we still sold for in the 300s. And his is valued at 273, 300. So I feel that is still an appropriate value, given his property and the issues that it has that we are currently taking into account.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Roskinek.
So if we go to comp one, what was the actual sale price of that? Was that $198 a square foot?
Yes, and actually that one, I believe, sold twice. I just used the current sale. I think it sold for like $220 back a couple years prior, but I did not use that sale. So I used the most current sale. And that one, that one is at $198. Based on my recommended value, the price per square foot would be $143.
One what?
Based on my recommended value, the price per square foot would be $143 a square foot.
Yeah, I'm just talking about comp one.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I don't see
yes,
the
it is.
total sale price. I see,
Should be
sale
there.
price per square foot, you're saying comp one sold for $198 a square
Yes,
foot.
yes.
And then comp,
New house.
I'm just looking,
Oh, yeah, that one was built in 1885.
the thing that I'm looking at is the land. I know that a lot of that land's in the floodplain, but all you need is one building site. That's all you need, and you got the building site, but is there another building to the east of the house?
Where?
Yeah, that is the building on the south. There is a shop building.
How big's that?
44 by 56.
Okay. I just think my takeaway on this is the land's undervalued.
Undervalued.
Undervalued. I think
Floodplain land is undervalued.
You'll build on it.
absolutely.
I can't
With
build
Spring-
on it.
with Spring Creek.
I'll sell you some of that
Okay,
land.
sir, he needs to finish speaking.
I'm done.
You're done? I think it's
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
So Chris, what do you got that other building valued at then? 44 by
one-
56.
The shop building we have valued at about 22,200 is what we got it valued at.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
I'll make the motion that the land is 58.2, structures 215,100, total assessed value 273.3, based on our staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
So nothing wrong with that. He started out with the
Sir,
wrong appraisal.
we have a motion on the floor. We've had discussion. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nothing that Mr. Mooney lied last year.
Thank you, sir.
Would you mind asking if he wants that back?
Does he want that back? So we're going to 102.
And it does not appear that Mr. Conzit is here yet.
What's the name, Gordon? What's the name, sir?
It would be for Kristen and Stephen Conzit.
They've got the numbers on the side, and so we can look at the numbers.
Yeah, I just want to know the name. That's okay. Thank you. Appreciate it, Gordon.
So Gordon, is there anybody else here that's on the list?
Doesn't appear that we have anybody else here yet, so
Okay.
we got a little bit of a lull, I guess.
Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes. Because they're scheduled for 9:15.
Scheduled at 10 o'clock, actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So I guess we've got a little bit of a break until someone shows up anyway.
Okay, so I'd suggest we probably, since the next one's not till 10 o'clock, we recess till about 9:45.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we are going to come out of recess, and Gordon,
Looks like Mr. Conzit is here, and he will be talking with Scott.
okay, thank you, Gordon.
Oh, I come up too?
Yes, sir, and how this will work,
Okay.
we'll give Scott the floor to explain how he got his assessment, then I'll give you the floor to the commission.
Okay, thanks, Lloyd. All right. Did you guys get my prepared remarks and such?
No.
Oh,
Oh, you do?
well, that was part of the process to
Okay.
send that to you to
Nope, we got him.
ahead of time. Okay.
So I printed out photos from your comps, so they had something other than just the numbers to look at
Okay.
as well
That's fine.
with theirs, so.
Yep, we got him.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Scott Dressler, Appraiser, Equalization Office. This property is tax ID 34216. It's located at 1523 West Boulevard in Rapid, owned by Stephen Kristen Conzit. The 2024 assessed value on this property was $575,300. That's land at $70,100 and structures at $394,900. This property was appealed to the local board. It was adjusted at the Rapid City Local Board to a total value of $465,000. Land at $70,100. Structures. Sorry, I wrote the wrong number down there. Structures being the difference. Let me do some quick math. Sorry, the local board structure value was the $394,900. The original assessed would be $575,300 minus $7,100, which is $505,200 on the structures. I wrote the wrong number down. So my recommendation on this one is going to be to return it to the original assessment of $575,300. This property was also appealed to the local board in 2023. The local board changed the value at that time to $439,400, and that was the value for 2023. So the percent change that we're actually looking at this year is about 31%. One of Mr. Conzit's concerns right away was that the assessment notice lists the percent change from whatever we mailed out at last year to whatever we mail out at this year, not that resolved value to current assessment. To the best of my knowledge, we're still trying to get that sorted out, so it goes each year when they mail from final resolved value to current assessed value. So I just wanted to get that out of the way there. With this property, I did ask for a property inspection like we do with all appeals. I was refused any form of property inspection on this one. I've driven past it on the street, but never performed an on-site inspection of any kind. This home is located on West Boulevard in Rapid. It's at the corner of West Boulevard and Franklin Street. It's a corner lot. The home was built in 1951, and we have it at a good minus quality for construction. It's a brick exterior. It appears to be well maintained with no recent major improvements done to the home, per my exchanges with Mr. Conzit. The home is just about 1,870 square feet on the main level. It has approximately 1,600 square feet of finished living space in the basement, so about a total of roughly 3,500 finished living area. It has a two-car garage. This home is 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Now, it is a unique layout. This home has 1 bedroom on the main and 3 bedrooms in the basement. We've had a long-standing 10% adjustment on the home to try to address some of that arrangement being atypical, especially for a home of this size or this quality. Generally speaking, this home is a little bit larger than properties of similar quality that have sold in the area. When we're looking for sales, the big things we try to consider are going to be the quality and size, the age and condition of the home, and then the general location as well. The 2 best comparables I have of the 3 up there are going to be comps number 2 and number 3. Comp number 2 sold in June of 2023 for $515,000. It's a little bit newer, but in slightly lesser condition. It's similar in above grade area, but has about 500 square feet less finished to the basement. It does have the 3rd bathroom, and it's located on a larger lot a couple blocks away, but it is off the boulevard. And then comp 3 also sold in June of 2023 for $575,000. It's a little bit inferior in quality, again, slightly newer, and we have this one in a little bit better condition, either more recent or a higher quantity of update to it.
Is comp 3 that you're talking about the Roosevelt property? Which property are you talking about?
Here's,
Because that's different than what you provided me as far as comps are concerned. I mean, as far as the numbers, I was going as that was
Yep,
comp
sorry.
5.
So we were asked to refine down to 3.
Okay, I
So comp
didn't
3
know
would
that.
be Roosevelt and comp 2 would be St. Charles.
Okay.
So the comp 3, the one on Roosevelt Ave, slightly inferior in quality. Again, it's a little bit newer, and we have that as a little more updated. Similar and above grade finish at over 1,800 square feet, but also has that 500 square feet less finish in the basement, has the 3rd bathroom, and similarly to the other one, it's on a larger lot off the boulevard. So there's some give and take there when you look at the land versus the desirability of the homes on West Boulevard and their land value as compared to the homes a few blocks away from West Boulevard and their value. These 2 homes, I think, help bracket or display what the market is for the larger houses in the general West Boulevard area. You're dealing with significant above grade areas and then over 1,100 square feet of finish in the basement in those comps. Straight sale prices between $515 and $575. We do accommodate for the differences between homes when we look at comparables. We have about 15 different factors or variables in the homes that we look at that we adjust for. And the adjusted sale price ranges on those are from $575 to $633. Which would put them right around the value we have on the assessment on the subject property. As I had said, when we look for comps, that size, age, quality, location, condition, those factors are very important when we look at how homes sell. I know that Mr. Conzit did his argument in front of the city and with some of the comparables that are listed there. Kind of my biggest concern would be that we're averaging about 1,300 square feet difference in finished living areas compared to the comparables that were presented versus kind of where the value resolved. His value resolution from the city put him in line with how those homes that have significantly less finished space are selling, not how you would adjust to accommodate for that 1,300 square feet of living area difference. So just, again, my recommendation is that 575, 300, which is the original assessed value on the property, 70,100 on the land, and 5052 on the structures.
Thanks, Scott. Is there any questions for Scott before we go to
Mr. Chair,
Stephen? Mr. Roskinek?
one of the things I noticed is that the land value that you have of West Boulevard, 70,100. Do we have any peer land sales? Because I just always
Not,
tried to understand where do we get the
not
70?
recently, no. So, looking at that area, kind of looking back at historically how properties have sold, we've always been generally low to how those sales are coming in, and that's not all going to be purely based on, the structures, the location playing a large draw for West Boulevard, so that does have an influence on the land value.
Because, when you look at the caliber homes on West Boulevard, and you say if the land's worth 70 and the total's 575, the contribution of the land's like 12% of the total value, and that just really seems low. I mean, to me, it should be in that 25 to 30% from my experience in appraising real estate.
And I don't disagree.
No, I'm just saying.
Part of the consideration with this one, with looking at this one, it's a very small lot that has a pretty good sized house on it at 0.15 acres for a house that size. So it's $70,000 for that size of the lot. We're really saying that that's more for, that's what the building site out there is contributing there. If that were a larger piece at, a half acre, we would be substantially higher in the land value.
Someday somebody's going to buy a property on West Boulevard, tear the house down, then you're going to have a land sale.
Chair.
Yeah, someday, yes.
You done, Ron?
Yeah.
Ms. Hadcock?
So Scott, tell me when you can't look at a property, what that does when you don't know what's inside and you can't get on the property to look around.
At that point, I'm trusting that the data that we have is correct in terms of quality and condition. However, those are things that, in order to verify it and review them, the best course is to go in and take a look at them.
Where do you get that data from? Because you can't go inside and you can't see the property.
There was a reappraisal done a couple summers ago, I believe, in this area. So we had an appraiser out in all of the West Boulevard area. And with these older homes, we do have the existing record of what's been there as our office has been there over time. If we're there once every, 7 years, we do periodically have eyes on the property from closer than the road. But with every appeal, the big thing we try to do is verify all of the information. And we try to do that by setting up times to come and do an on-site, in-person inspection. Because as the appraiser handling the appeal, I don't have firsthand personal knowledge of the property, which goes a long way when you're trying to determine a value.
So tell me, when's the last time this property was looked at inside and around the area?
Inside, I don't know if it's ever been looked at inside. I believe it was 2021 or 2022 was the last time that this whole neighborhood had a reappraisal done, where it would have been exteriors and then talking with anybody that was home at the time we were there.
Okay, so we haven't been in this house for a long time.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think we've been in this house.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
You done,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Laster?
And I tend to, ask the same question, but Commissioner Hadcock asked it before me. And last year, I was pretty consistent on this. I always encourage a property owner, you absolutely don't have to allow someone in your home. I'm not saying that you have to, but for us to have a fuller picture of what goes on, if you deny the access in there for us to get an actual appraisal, many times individuals don't want us in there. We go in there and we've actually find ways to reduce the value because of the what's the word I'm looking for? The quality of the interior of the home. Maybe there's some stuff that they didn't know to let our equalization office know. And so I tend to lean on the side of following right along with what the staff is saying, especially if there's a denial, to let us do a full inspection.
Can I ask a question to that, or?
You have the floor. Now, is there any more questions for?
So my question would be then,
Steve.
on the comps that Mr. Dressler is using, has he inspected those two comps head to toe as part of your process? Specifically the 2015 Roosevelt property and the 1121 St. Charles Street. Have you inspected those inside?
No, I
Yes.
have not.
So that was part of the rationale We bought this house in 2013. Can I start my
Yes,
process?
you have the floor.
Okay. We bought this house in 2013 and have done really no major improvements to the property. Originally, I was going to let Scott come in and inspect it. My wife's like, why would we do that? We haven't done anything. We've painted, we've put some new countertops in. The house structurally and internally is the same as when we purchased it, okay? If you look at what he's using for the comparable at 2015 Roosevelt, we've got a property that has been remodeled. If you look at Zillow or you look at realestate.com, that property's been remodeled head to toe, okay? There's a significant amount of land in that property, and there's a number of different factors that I put in there that are differences from that property to my property. And when I do this, I do it based on the upper level square footage, okay? This property is being valued, the comp, at $309 a square foot. My comparable house is being valued at $307 a square foot. So I'm saying they're placing the most value on 2015 Roosevelt in my comparison. So what are the differences? Okay, there's quite a few differences. This property has 4 bedrooms upstairs. As he said, my property has 1 bedroom upstairs and 3 bedrooms downstairs, which is a significant difference in value, in my opinion, okay? 2, this property has a 4-car garage. If you look at the property, there's a 4-car garage on this property, an attached 2-car garage and a side 4-car garage, okay? 3, there's a front deck and a large back deck. My property has no deck, has no backyard, okay? Another comparable difference, 0.61 acres is valued less. This is just off the boulevard. It's valued at $66,000 for 0.61 acres. My property at 0.15 acres is valued at $70,000. So if you take that per square foot or per acre, the larger property is being valued at $109 an acre. My property is being valued at $467,000 an acre per acre, or $8.22 a square foot more than that property, and I have only 0.15 acres, okay? Now back to his additional comp at St. Charles. This is probably more in line, in my opinion, with my property, but there are differences as well. You know, 2.5 baths, my property has 2. This property has a pool in the backyard. I couldn't put a dog pool in my backyard, okay? This has 3 bedrooms upstairs. Again, mine has 1, 0.55 acres. So again, this property value is valued at $119 per acre, where mine again is almost $8 a square foot more for my 0.15 acres on the boulevard. I guess as a homeowner, this process is a little frustrating. So my first frustration is when I get my assessment and they have the property value wrong for 2023. It was appealed. It was $439,400. I get my statement and it comes in at $547,000, and I know Scott touched on this. So what do? I call over and I talk to Chris or whoever I talk to, and he said it's a computer glitch. I said, oh, I would like a new statement. Well, we can't do that. The county can't put a new statement with the correct information on it. That's frustrating as a homeowner. That's very frustrating, okay? Why can't I get a new statement with the correct number on it? So that's my first frustration. Then my second frustration is saying that I'm being assessed a 6% higher value than I was last year. Well, that's not true. He touched on it. I put that in my statement. I'm being assessed 31% higher than I was last year on the same property, okay? I went through the process, take time out of my day. I appealed it to the local Equalization Board. And what do they tell you to do, okay? They tell you to go out to the Rapid Map. Now, thank goodness I work in banking. I understand how to use it somewhat. I don't think I'm an expert, okay? But it's a cumbersome process to go through there to find sales. And it doesn't tell you which properties are like your property when you're doing it. So I go out and I try to find similar properties in my area, which I did, and I came up with 5 comps that were sold within that period of time, and I come up with an average square footage for the upstairs at $232 a square foot. Now I'm being charged $307 a square foot. There seems to be a big gap, in my opinion, there. And not until I made the appeal and told these folks that I'm appealing it, do they provide me with this information. I didn't get to see that as a homeowner. It didn't come with my equalization. There's no transparency. So how am I supposed to know that 2015 Roosevelt is the property that they're leaning on when they value my house? There's no way I know that. And there's no way he inspected that house, and that was part of our decision not to let him come to our house. Because we haven't done any remodeling. We haven't taken out any, we haven't changed anything in the house. We've painted, we've put some new countertops in the kitchen. Everything else is virtually the same in the property, okay? So, I guess with that, what I worry about as a taxpayer, first of all, is how many of these assessments are sent out and are wrong in our county. Is it 500? Is it 1,000? I mean, most people probably don't check on it. Mine's wrong, and I'm guessing if anybody appealed it last year, their statement's wrong as well. That's bad government, people. If I'm in banking and I give you the wrong statement or the wrong loan amount, we correct it. We'll give you a new statement and show this is what it's supposed to be. So with my appeal, I am going back and respectfully asking the county board here to maintain my property value at the $465,000, which is what the local equalization board agreed to. And with that, I guess I'd open up for questions to the commissioners.
Thanks, Steve. Is there any questions from
Chair.
Mr. Laster?
Steve, I just have a question. You made mention, and I don't know if I've got the wrong number or if maybe you've got the wrong number, but you were talking about 2015 Roosevelt Avenue, and you said you had it valued at 309 a square foot, and your house is at 307 a square foot.
Yeah.
My calculations come out to 341.48 a square foot. I'm just kind of.
So that would be on the adjusted sale price, is the 341.48.
So I don't have that information, so.
So that's when we account for the differences between the two properties. What would it sell for if it was more similar to Mr. Conzit's home?
Yeah,
It's straight sale price. What it sold for divided by the upper level square footage is the 309.97.
But that's not what he provided me. When he provided me with my 5 comparable sales as far as my first appeal, it had $309, Travis and Commissioner Lassner, sorry, $309 a square foot as the property value on this document that he provided to me in an email.
Chair, you done?
Are you done, Travis? Ms. Hack?
So Stephen, Mr. Conzit, yours is at 307.81 a square foot, which is lower than all the comps that are on here. Number two.
Not on the form that I have, no, that's incorrect. The form that I received, the first comp, if I can interrupt, excuse me, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
The first comp 1 is $266 a square foot. Comp 2 that he provided for me is $279 a square foot. Comp 3 is $217 a square foot. Okay, comp 4 is 282, and comp 5, which is the 2015 Roosevelt, is $309 a square foot. There's a transparency issue here. He's providing you with other information, and he gave me this information as far as my first appeal is concerned.
Okay, Mr. Stephen, I'm gonna ask Scott a question. So Scott, your numbers are 415 on comp 1, 316, 18 square foot, comp 2, 341, 48 square foot.
So to address that, with the initial appeal, we generally pull 5 comps right away with any appeal. This year, after kind of boards last year and the comments from the commission and from our office, it was decided to trim them down to 3 for the presentations for kind of ease of time. The difference that we're seeing there is even with the 3 you're looking at in front of you, we have the number, there is a line that says, sale price and sale price per square foot. And that looks at what the physical sale price divided by the total living area or the upper level square footage is.
Right.
Now, when you're looking at comparables in any appraisal, you have to make adjustments for the differences between the subject and the properties that have sold. And that's what the written in red numbers are, is the price per square foot after those adjustments have occurred.
Okay.
So that adjusted sale price was on and is on every grid that we print out. It's just the price per square foot isn't broken down on that adjustment. That was again one of the comments from the board, was it'd be helpful to have that. So that was added for the board presentations for this year, just having that number written in as the price per square foot instead of just the straight adjusted sale price value. So the numbers are there. It's just that it's breaking out at a price per foot because it doesn't automatically do that calculation on the adjustment.
Thank you, Scott.
Can I
And then-
comment on that
Hold on,
too?
Steve.
Okay.
Stephen. So the issue is with me, when you don't let him go in and look at your property, he's guessing. And he's guessing based on his expertise and what he knows at the time. And you said there's nothing really to look at in there because you haven't done anything.
Yep.
So I guess it doesn't take long. I had Shannon come to my house for transparency, so no one could say, hey, the commissioner, whatever. So it took him probably about 25, 30 minutes. He looked at all the property, and then he was done. So it doesn't take you long. I could see if it was maybe Scott, not that I don't trust you, Scott, and I was a girl letting him in, I'd make sure there was probably someone else there, maybe if I was creeped out by that. But other than that, I don't see a problem with that.
Well, can I comment?
That's my frustration with this, because it is a cumbersome process for these guys as well to try to guesstimate what you're doing in your house. And what I found a lot of times is when they went in people's houses, they actually helped them. They didn't go the other way. Even I've had Rod and other people have to come to some of my ladies that, elderly ladies, play bingo. Some get they have their veteran status. Some need to see if they can get the elderly status, stuff like that. So, and it doesn't take 20 minutes to a half hour, and they're done. So I guess I'm not getting your frustration with that. You're trying to do comparables. He's trying to do comparables by guessing, even with the other ones, just to try to be fair to you. See his side too, Stephen, with some of this, because as a banker, you need all the information.
Yeah.
You don't get to do guesstimates. You don't get to see if these people, you have to see everything that's on the paper as well. So that's all he's saying is, it's probably frustrating for him trying to figure out, okay, he's saying I'm wrong, but he didn't let me see the living space. And yes, that's huge for me. Let them do their job, just like I would let a banker do his job. Look at my background, look what you need to do in order to get me this loan or help me with my process. So I'm asking you for the same courtesy from one of our appraisers. So it's
Comment?
hard for me to go with your side, Stephen, unless at this time you'll let him come in your house.
Yep.
And then come back and have a discussion, and then let him in your house for 20 minutes to a half hour, praise it, come back, and so show us the facts. Then I'd be more willing to see your side a little bit more, Stephen.
I appreciate the comment, Deb. The issue is, though, the other houses that he's comparing it to, he has not inspected or have been in at any point. So he's doing the same thing. He's guessing. He's guessing on 2015 Roosevelt. And if if you pull up, that house just sold, that house has been remodeled from head to toe. There's a hair studio in there.
Stephen, yours could have been, but we don't know.
But it hasn't.
Yeah, but you're saying it.
I know, I am.
Okay,
And I'm
but
telling you
they
the truth.
actually, but you're saying it got remodeled and it was on the cards and they're understanding it.
Yeah,
now
but he
you're
hasn't
telling me-
inspected that, though.
Yeah, but you said it was remodeled.
We
so-
made a decision not to, so that was my
Okay,
decision.
but I'm just saying, to be up straight, your job, when you do your job, you want to be thorough. He's just trying to do his. He's not trying to do anything different. He wouldn't do it to anybody else.
Yep.
Just to find the right appraisal for you and the right comps for you. So he
With the
can't
wrong
do that.
information from previous years.
He wouldn't be if you would have helped him, sir.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Steve, I appreciate looks like you got 7 comparable sales. You got Unwrapping Map. They tell you what it sold for. I'm assuming you took the square footage above grade, divided in the sell price.
That's
You come
exactly
up
what I
with
did.
A range of numbers for 2023. It was about $240 a square foot. Yep. What you're asking for, if I did the math right, you're asking for 248 a square foot.
That's what the local equalization board decided, yes.
So the sales that Scott used, I'm looking there, I'm looking to see if they're in the same neighborhood, probably as close as he could probably get. And then I asked him earlier that I said, he's got the same information you do. He had raw data, what it sold for per square foot. And then he made adjustments. And I said, how do you get those adjustments? Because I appraise real estate. And I want to know how you got those adjustments, because he compares each one of them comparable sales to your property. And then he makes adjustments. So what he gave me is this sheet. They do it a little bit different than me, but they input this. And there's, if I understand it right, there's 15 or 16 considerations that they take, everything from garage, detached garage, basement, finished basement quality. And that's how we got these adjusted ranges. Your information is raw data. It has not been adjusted one-on-one to the subject property, so.
But that's all that I can get.
No,
I mean, that's all that I have to work with. The information that he provided to you was not provided to me. So I'm at a disadvantage then. Coming into this discussion, he's providing you with information that I have not seen. I haven't seen any of that.
I don't know.
All I've seen is what he provided me, which is what I used in my analysis. How is that fair to the homeowner?
Okay, I'm going to let Ron finish his.
I'm just saying if these adjustments are correct, I see a range of 316 a square foot to 415 a square foot. And at the recommended assessed value, yours would be $307 a square foot. And then I ask myself, is that reasonable? If you put your house on the market, we're looking for fair market value. I mean, assessed value is going to be theoretically fair market value. And if you put a for sale sign in front of your house for what we think it's assessed at, that does not seem unreasonable to me based on what the information that I'm looking at, not only the information that you provided, but the information that Scott provided. Now, relative to you getting the same information I'm looking at, I don't have an answer to that.
If I
Okay, I
could,
think Scott.
the information that we're looking at today versus the information that was mailed was 5 comps reduced to 3 comps. They're not new comps. It was the elimination of the 2 that were deemed the least comparable, and then remaining the 3 that were on there. These 3 were included in that other grid. It's just a reduction of 2 comparables. It's not changing the comps. It's limiting the scope of what we were looking at for discussion's sake. And I have a comment in terms of the raw data versus the adjusted. My concern was the comparables that Mr. Conzit selected. There's a significant difference in most of them being the finished square footage of his home. When we look at those ones that he's selected, we are averaging 1,300 square feet difference in living area between the main levels and the basements. Not accommodating for 1,300 square feet of livable space, and just taking what they sold for divided by their total living area is going to leave a very large skew in that number, because you're looking at roughly the square footage of a typical starter home being, the difference between those on some of these. So that's my concern with the value that with where the city went, is when you look at kind of the comparables it's based on, they are significantly smaller, with the exception of the second to last one, the white 2-story house that's on West Boulevard, that being the only one that's within even 1,000 finished square feet of difference in the space in that home. And then that home, it's a slightly older sale with a 2022, and that home just relisted this week at $650 with new kitchen counters, new floors, and 2 bedrooms and paint, from what I can tell between the old listing and the new listing. So from a sale in the mid-4s a couple of years ago to brand new 650 listing, but that's a listing, not a sale. If that sells this year, that then goes into consideration as we go to set next year's value. So
Thanks, Scott. Stephen, I'll give you one more last chance to speak before I go to the board.
I appreciate you guys' time in doing this. The frustration as a homeowner, he doesn't give me very much credit as far as my comparables is concerned, but that's what me as a homeowner, I have to use at this rapid map to come up with it. It's trying to find this information. It's trying to find these sales. I'm not privy to all that information. So what I'm doing is, to the best of my ability, pulling up this information from what you provide. Now, the information that he provides after the fact isn't given to me before I make my appeal. So I didn't have any of these comps. I didn't know any of this. So I have to go out on my own. I have to figure out these values, see what is sold in my area, comparably around my house. There's no way of me knowing that 2017 Roosevelt had just sold or whatever. So I'm using the data that is provided, not the data that he's using. So there's a huge transparency issue, in my opinion. And then he comes here with these other values to sway the process, which I haven't been a part of and I haven't seen. So, going forward, and I know it's probably a state law, I mean, how is a homeowner supposed to go through this process with the information that they have and then get provided information after the fact with the comparables? I was never provided that up front. That's a frustrating process. And for me to, say, I'm a busy person, I manage a bank, to take time out of my day to argue these points, counterpoints, and then, again, not provided with the information that you're provided to as far as the assessment process, I'm at a disadvantage, again, as a homeowner. Now, do I think my house will sell for that? I don't know. I don't know what my house would sell for. I don't know what I would list it for because I don't plan on moving. I don't plan on moving in the next 15 years. Could it sell for that? Maybe. My wife thinks it's worth $425,000. I think it's probably maybe worth $465,000. But, he's saying it's worth $575,000. Granted, I'm using raw data that I've provided from your rapid map to come up with my information with comparable sales, and then I use the information that he provided me, which has changed based on my house structure, and I feel like the 465 is a fair value. So I'd appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I'll go to the board for any further questions or recommendations. Mr. Roskin.
Steve, I will add that, assessments, taxation, that's a big issue in Pennington County. And I'll be part of a panel this Saturday at the School of Mines at 10 o'clock, building number 11, where Trish Ladner will be there and other real estate professionals. And we're going to keep on beating. Got to be a better way to do this.
Got to be a better
Taxing
way.
people out of their houses. But with that being said, you're welcome to come there because it is a problem.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
based on not being able to see inside the house, I'm going to go with the appraiser's recommendation of 505,200 for the structure and 70 for the land. Total of 575,300.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Now clarify that 70,100 for land and 505,200 for structure for the 575,300. Any further discussion?
I just want to thank Steve for doing what you could on Rapid Map. That's a lot of work, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that research.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
Steve, don't think you heard. I took a lot of notes about what you said. Many of us have a frustration in some of this process too because we hear it from the taxpayers, and I've been taking tons of notes over the last couple of years for some things to work on in the near future. So I just want you to know, even though you may feel like it was in vain to come here, some of the statements that you made I've written down so that when I'm talking to the legislators, they can see the frustration not only from us, but from the taxpayer that's out there as well.
And one more comment, real estate is just like the stock market. It does go up and down. It doesn't just only go up in Rapid City, which seems to be our assessment process. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And I'll agree with Mr. Laster. Some of your points are very well taken, and you presented them well. So the frustration with seeing that notice from being changed before, along with some, the process, so very well taken.
And let them do their process. Mr. Cons, it might come out well for you, sir.
We do
Especially
have
with
a
no
motion on
change.
the floor. Any further questions? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks.
Yes.
Come to 103.
Number 103, that would be Mr. Counselor, Mr. and Mrs. Counselor, and that'll be with Chelsea.
Chelsea, you'll have the floor.
Okay. Good morning, Chelsea Willett with the Department of Equalization. We're here to discuss tax ID 55455, located at 22742 Pickett's Lane in the Creekside Estates subdivision in Box Elder, South Dakota. It's right off of Radar Hill Road on the northern portion of that. The concern is that this home is one of the largest homes in the neighborhood with a large attached garage. Comparable sales are hard to find. However, on the provided comparable sales sheet, sale 3 and 4, although older sales, I believe provided good evidence to support the recommended value. Comparable sale 3 is 1,500 square feet, a 1,500 square foot home of average quality construction, similar garage size with about 300 square feet less than the subject property, and has an adjusted sale price of $694,000. Comparable sale 4 is a 1,700 square foot home of good quality construction, similar garage size with only 100 square feet less than the subject property, and has an adjusted sales price of $680,000. My recommendation is to have a total of $599,100 with land at $59,600 and structure at $539,500.
Thank you, Chelsea. Charles, you have the floor, sir.
Appreciate the commissioners allowing me to speak. I'm not quite as prepared as the last gentleman here. This is my first attempt at appealing taxes, so I don't have all the pennies per square foot and so forth. But I did have a friend of mine, Mr. David True from K&W Realty, run market analysis and comps. Okay, from my area, so I don't know who gets this. This is just for the commission.
Yes,
Yes.
you can
Me,
start
I'll
there and
pass it down.
they can pass it.
Pardon me?
If you want to start with Commissioner Hancock.
Okay.
And I can take it for you, actually, Charles. Okay.
Mr. Kelsey, I like your cross, by the way.
Okay. To start off with, I'm sure you got the Box Elder Equalization Board's recommendation on what they valued the property at, so I won't, bore you with that. We did do a comparative analysis, which is on the second sheet below the map, of houses that have sold in our area that Mr. True felt as though would be close to comps, and they range from $475,000 list price with a sold price of $450,000, all the way up to $519,900 with a sold price of the same. And these are all on the map that I provided in our area. And I've also listed comparable properties, an analysis of each and every property listed on those five, and what they have and what they don't have. The other concern that I have is I provided the real estate tax receipts from 2021 to 2024. And in 2022, property went up $16,000 for an increase of 4.8%. 23, it went up $70,000 for an increase of 18%. And this year, it went up $78,000 for another increase of about 18%. In talking with Mr. True, he says he told me that the housing values aren't going up quite that fast. And this is a 1988 house. And there have been no significant improvements in this house. We've painted 2 rooms. That's about it. I'm 75. I don't do ladders anymore. But there's been no real significant improvements. We did have to replace the deck because it was falling apart. It was a danger. So we did do that. But what I'm asking is that you consider going along with what the city of Box Elder sent you in evaluating the house at $525,000.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
you know, sir, a couple of weeks ago, we sat down with the mayor of Rapid City, and he said, is there a better way to do these town boards? Because when you go, I don't know who the experts were for Box Elder, but normally it's somebody from the school district, it's some city council people, and, they got big hearts, but I don't know they really understand the real estate market. And I appreciate the information that you provided. If you were here to the gentleman that was just here, that's raw data, and what we have to do is take that raw data and try to bring that property equal to yours, looking at, I asked for this criteria, there's like 15 criteria that we look, and everything from age to size to basement, decks, garages. And once that's all been addressed, this is where it kind of tells us what these values per square foot should be. And what I'm looking at here, not just what these things sold for per square foot, but then once we refine that data, I see some 444, 354, 447, and yours recommended is 328. So it tells me that, I don't know, it just seems like that's not a bad number. I mean, that's just, if I look at this refined data that's been adjusted so that it compares to the subject. I don't know if you've got this information, but.
I didn't get information that she had.
Okay.
We've had very little conversation since the local board. It's just been, here's the appointment. Neither one of us has reached out. We lacked in the line of communication.
I think we can all agree that the market's just, since COVID 2020, it's just been a roller coaster of a ride.
Is there any further questions from other commissioners?
I do have one other thing. Mr. True did provide me with a letter saying that what he would be comfortable listing this at, based on the comparable sales in my area and everything like that. And basically, he said that he would be comfortable listing it at 560. Whether we would get that or not, don't know. But he would not list it any higher than that.
Okay.
And Mr. True is a well-respected realtor in the Rapid City area.
Mr. Drew.
So Chelsea, do you know what last year's assessment was?
It was 602, 200.
And was that lowered or not?
So we mailed out this year at 635, 900. And my recommendation is to go to the 599, 100, below last year's assessment.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lott, he done.
So last year's assessment was 602, 200, and we're dropping it down.
We're dropping it down roughly $3,000.
Chair, follow up?
Go ahead.
Chuck, sorry, he and I know each other. back when when I was active duty. But, Mr. Counselor, did you challenge this last year?
No.
You didn't? So you're okay with the price last year?
Well, no, I wasn't okay with it, but we ran out of time. I didn't have enough, I've been, a lot of medical issues and so forth, and just ran out of time.
1997 compared to the comps there.
But I'm not sure I understand what, what you said about reducing 3,000, because, I mean, I'm looking at my tax liability for last year and then this year, and it's significantly higher.
You're looking at just your tax bill though.
Mhm.
So we're talking about your assessment numbers. We're talking about
Okay,
the letter you get in March, not the one you get in January. Because this will show a taxable value.
okay, this taxable value last year was 441, this year it's 520.
Right, so we're trying to, I'm recommending that we get somewhere within that value again. Depending on what happens later in the year for budgets and,
Mr. Chair, and if I might help,
Yeah.
just your assessed value is the top number of the value of the home, but whenever that tax bill comes out, there's a percentage that's taken off of that, and then that's considered the tax,
correct.
that's considered the tax value. So you could have a $600,000 assessed value home, but the tax value, and I'm not going to tell you what the percentage is because I don't know, but you may see it showing that you're only going to be taxed on $560,000 of it because they reduced the value down. It's based on the formula. It's based on how the taxes are. So you're not taxed on the full value of the home. And I don't know is it like 87% of the value this year or something like that?
Last year was 86.4%.
So 86.4% of the value is how much you're actually taxed on.
Mhm.
So you may see a value of 600, but then a tax value of 560, and people go, well, 560 is my value. Well, no, it's not. It was actually higher, but that's what we're just taxing you on. Okay. I hope that helps at least a little bit.
Yeah, it can be very confusing.
Yes.
Any further questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I might add, you said you had a realtor come out and he said 540, 550.
560.
560.
So if well, I mean, I don't know about this market, but it used to be if you think it's worth 550, you would ask something higher than 550. But if you came to me with 3 signed certificates from 3 different realtors, I might put some weight on that. I think when you go to a realtor, if they know the market, they can say, this is what we think it could sell for, this is what you're going to list it for. But I'd want them to be here so they could explain the rationale. And if you do that next year, I would listen to that information.
So with that being said, I'd go to the board. Does anybody have a motion?
I would move to recommend this office's recommendation of 599.1 for total, 59.6 for the land, 539.5 for the structure.
I have a motion to accept the recommendation, which is low, and seconded, which is, yep. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So,
Thank you for coming in, Charles.
sir, they followed the recommendation and you heard some of the comments, so next year, if you want to,
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah,
thank you.
Next, we would have number 109 with Mr. Dunker. He graciously got here a little earlier, so he's here, and we'll have Jay.
That's 109. So Bruce, I'll explain how we do this. I'll let Jay present. He'll have the floor, and then I'll turn the floor over to you,
Sure.
and then we'll go to the board.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Jay McKinstry, Equalization. I'm gonna actually have you. So, yeah, this is the property, subject property, tax ID 64946, owned by Bruce and Lynn Dunker at 116 Creighton Road and Wall. This is a single-family residence of average minus quality, built in 1907. One-level ranch, 1,646 square feet on the above ground, two-car attached garage, all with metal roof and siding. I was able to view the exterior of this property April 3rd. We were in Wall looking at several properties that had gone to the local board, and then we had to review them. But was later denied an interior inspection. The homeowner's reason for appealing to the local board the past 3 years is kind of what we've been talking about with several different ones, is that discrepancy between what we send out percentage-wise and what it was lowered to the year before.
Correct.
And it has been a confusing issue for a lot of people. The thing I want to bring up, though, for just example's sake, when the percent changes do get confusing, but when you go in front of the local board, for instance, 3 years in a row, and it just falls farther from the market. So, for example, if in a 3-year window, which this window's been pretty heavy, it goes up 60% over that time, and each year it's lowered by half. Now we're 30% below the market. I just wanted to mention that so that it helps understand that percent change. The comps for the subject, adjusted sale prices range from 170,000 to 225. I'm recommending our sent out for 2024 assessed value, which was 150,100, which is 20,400 on land and 129,700 on the structures.
Thank you, Jay. Bruce, you have the floor.
Okay. So, you already know that, we went and appealed to the city and the city accepted my appeal and they agreed with what, I had put down. So last year I had an increase of 10% increase at last year, okay? Which my assessment value was 128.9 last year, okay? When I received my paper, and this is what I don't agree with when these papers are sent out.
Yeah.
That percent change, and so I'm a manager at the Wall Food Center in Wall, and I've talked to 15, 20 different random people, and I've asked them, when you get that paper, what do you look at? Do you look at the percent change, or do you look at that value that they put at the top of this paper? Well, that value isn't even right. That's not what my value was. Mine says 140,200. That's not what it was. So that makes that percent change lower. Okay. All them people that I talked to said, oh yeah, we just look at the percent change. Well, if I was to just look at that percent change at 7.06%, I'd be like, well, that ain't that big of a change. Mine went up 10% last year, 10% the year before. I'm not going to complain about it. But then when you turn and look and say, well, that's not right, because it was supposed to have been 128.9. Well, that just, I mean, it's falsifying information. It is. I mean, you're putting false information on there to draw people off to look at that 7% versus, and every one of them people were like, really? So they went back and looked at their deals and seen, oh, what the hell? That's not right. It's literally, they're like, how can they do that? And the city knows about it because I brought it up to them last year and they called you guys on it last year. And they said that you guys can't change it because that's the way the computer prints it out. Well, I work on a computer every day. You can't tell me that you can't go in and put that right assessment value that you paid for that year before on that piece of paper to make that percent change right. So people are not getting falsified information and getting throwed off, and then they're not going to say nothing, and then boom, their taxes go back up. Taxes go up. So because they don't say nothing because they aren't complaining about that deal. So in that regard, so you guys, my building value last year was 108.5. Now this year you're going to jump it up to 129.7, over a $20,000 increase. My house has not changed. I understand the market. I know houses are selling for more than what they have. Wall is a community of 800 people. We don't have a huge market. We don't have a lot of people looking for houses, moving into town. Yes, they are selling for a lot more money than they used to because everybody knows, like you were saying, commissioners, about, ever since COVID, the prices have been up and, been crazy. Well, it's true. But when I have not done nothing to my house for ever. I mean, I haven't done nothing to it. I've never touched it. I've never done anything to it. It's the same. It's an old house. I mean, it's old. It was built in 1907. So, and I don't have a basement. I mean, my concrete's falling apart. I mean, nothing's improved. I haven't done nothing to it. And to compare my house to a house that's selling for 230,000, not even comparable. I mean, I couldn't get 150,000 out of my house. Nobody would buy it because my house is not it's not updated. Nothing's updated in it. So I don't know. And the thing that really upsets me is that value deal that is getting put on these papers. And I think it's wrong what's happening. And there's an easy fix to it.
Well, Bruce, I will say the commission just approved a new program yesterday it's supposed to kind of combine treasurer's office, equalization, so they can all work together.
Sure.
Is it going to solve the problem? I can't answer that without having IT here.
Right. No, I understand. But I mean, to me, that's a pretty simple fix.
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple fix. And it's just, it throws people off, and a lot of, like I say, all the people that I talk to, they don't look at that dollar deal on there. They look at the percent change. My dad, even, for instance, I asked him, and he said, well, mine's only going up 4% or something. So I'm not saying that. I said, did you look at your deal? And he went back and looked. Well, it was too late. It was too late to file an appeal. So same thing with him. And he said, well, I don't ever look at that dollar deal. I said, well, you have to.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
So Jay, you want to explain what
Yeah.
Mr. Dunker is talking about on those percentages and how it works?
Yeah, I understand the frustration because, for instance, he's right that on his, it would have said like 7% increase when it was a 16% increase from last year's lower value. But what we have to pay attention to is the 150, 100. There's a new number every year. The percent change doesn't have impact on whether or not this is worth $150,000. The comparable sales actually say it's worth, if we would have had it on comparable sales, $200,000. Since it is an older home that we have in a little less than average condition, with no updates like he mentioned, that's why we're on the cost value and it's only at 150. So that gap between there is showing that. And so that 150 number, I believe, is a strong number that this property would sell for.
So Jay, tell me the number he keeps talking about, the percentage. Tell me
Okay.
where that's at on your tax bill and what he's talking about from there,
So,
Mr. Dunkers.
can I borrow that from you?
Yep.
I'm going to show you real quick. So,
Appreciate it.
because it is confusing, and they're all sent this way. This is a number
You guys want to look at this?
From
Anybody?
23 on our assessment notice that we sent out at, not that what got lowered last year by the local board. And then so it shows this percent change to our new value of 150.
Because
So,
he was
because this
lowered
is-
and the
Yeah.
percentage
And then
wouldn't have been
that
the same,
lowered
so
number doesn't show
they catch it up is what they do when they lower it.
Yeah.
Or if it's
Yeah.
lowered, then they bring it back up to where it's supposed to. That's why you're seeing a different change.
Right, I know, but why is it sent out that way? Because people, like I say, people don't look at that. People look at the percent change for that year and they're like, oh, well, it's only going up 7%. Well,
They
it's not.
also, if it didn't go up, you also have to take in consideration, and we always say that here, every one of these commissioners have said it, that, okay, this is not gonna be the same percentage on your sheet that's coming up this year
Right,
because, we lowered it. So you're gonna have they're gonna play catch-up and your percentage is gonna be higher.
right. Well, I understand that, but it still makes no sense to print it out that way. It doesn't have to be printed out. I mean, that stuff could be put on there correctly.
Yeah, but when I look at my tax bill, if Joe, say, lowered my taxes from last year, I'm gonna have my tax bill from last year to
Correct.
this year, and I'm gonna look at the percentage myself.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna see why it only says 7 and why it's actually 16. So I also keep track of that.
Yeah.
So as a taxpayer, I also have to do that myself, not just expect these guys to put 16% because they're trying to be fair because they're using last year's compared to this year's.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I'll repeat what Shannon said just the other day too. You know, Deb's right on that part, is when it gets lowered one year, I've made the mistake of saying, well, we're playing catch-up, but it's appraised every year of what it's supposed to be at. So even if you had it lowered, this year, they're moving, they're not adjusted, they're making a new appraisal. So, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, no, I
So,
understand that, but
and if it lowered, it would be lower. We had some today that actually went down. So it is a new appraisal every year. Is there any further questions from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek?
I'm going to recommend a lower value. That's just my recommendation. If I don't get a second, that's fine, but I'm looking at 139.5, 119.1 for the structure. And the reason I'm doing that is because I don't think that market and wall has increased enough in the last year that we can sit there and go up $20,000 on the structure. That's just my opinion.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion and a second, and I just want to repeat that. You're saying 119, 100 for structure?
And 20,400 for the land for a total of 139.5. And what that is it's just taking the 108.5 and the 129.7 dividing by 2, and that's what I get, 119.1. Because I can see 10,000 in 1 year, but Wall, everything that, we've got property in Wall, Pennington County House redevelopment, and we struggle trying to, and that's just my
yeah,
opinion.
a 10% change like that, I mean, I'm not against that. I mean, mine's changed that every year for the last, so I'm not against a 10% change. I mean, if that's what it's gotta be, that's what it's gotta be.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
And I agree with Ron. In fact, I was going to second for discussion, only because we have that big building for Prairie Village out there, and we have a problem just keeping people in the building.
Yeah.
And keeping it full. And not that it's comparable or anything, Bruce, and you did anything wrong, but I also, Mr. Dunker, next year check that percentage because it's going to be different, right?
Yep.
And now you learned something today, why that happened.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I'm in agreement with this today, only because I've seen the housing in that area. And I'm not as much of an expert as Bruce in a sense, but I think it's pretty fair on the 10,000, not the 20, especially for that area.
So I do have a motion on the floor by Roskinek, seconded by Drews for the 119, 100 for structured, and 20,400 on the land for a total of 139,500. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Gordon, that takes us up to the first half, correct?
That is correct.
So now we should take a recess from now till 1 o'clock.
That's what I have, yes.
Okay, so move to take a recess till 1 o'clock.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Okay, it looks like, I'd look for a motion to come out of recess.
So move.
Moved by Roskinek, second by Laster, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Recognize Shannon Rentmer.
Good afternoon. I apologize for whatever Gordon did this morning.
Wow. Good way to start.
The first appeal we have is Eisenbraun. And I think he wanted to say something?
She can go ahead and talk.
The other Shannon has some comments.
It was a whole acre more than worth.
You can come back, that's okay.
Shannon Champion.
Shannon Champion, director, no, I'm not director. I'm staff appraiser for the director of equalization.
She's got some high hopes. I'm seeing it right there. It came out.
The property we're going to look at today is owned by David and Maria Eisenbraun. That is tax ID 72856. This is a bare piece of land at 69 acres. This is located about 18 miles north of Wall. So it's way out there. This was taken to the township board first, which there was an adjustment made. And when I contacted him to talk about it, there was actually a land acreage issue, which we addressed, and we did come to an agreement. And
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, when we bought it, it was 79 acres, and then when that little 10-acre piece was taken out, was somehow in my mother's deal, and when it got back, then I had 80 acres. So that's what I was complaining, that extra acre. And so when I appealed, I just took off $300 off of the assessment because that's what 1 acre, well, it's less than 1 acre estimated what they had. But that's why my appeal.
So then I went in, and of course we have to make our information correct. Made sure that it was supposed to be 69 acres, which it was. Reran all the soils, and his estimation for the value was actually only like $30 difference. So we all rounded up to the same number. And so the value actually did not change. So it's still, it changed from the assessment value that we sent out at, which was the 23,700, but minus that 1 acre, it went down to 24,000, or other way around, I'm sorry.
It just stayed the same.
Well, the original assessment went out at 23,700, and we went down to 23,400 with the acreage taken out, which was, value stayed the same, but now we are correct at the 69 acres.
So your recommendation is for 23,400 per soil survey.
Correct.
Any questions for Shannon or David?
So,
Mr.
so David, are you pleased with that number?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I'd move that we accept our equalization office's recommendation of land at 23,400.
It's been moved. Seconded by Hancock. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. I wasn't thinking.
That one wasn't painful.
If you look at the schedule.
So you can tell Gordon, we're very happy with you at this point.
Okay, I'll be sure to say that. If you look at the schedule, there's Capuna LLC, Elkwood LLC, RD Investments. Those are all either owned by or at least represented by Kaler. But we have one property in the middle. That is Godfrey, and it's tab 112. Christina has a recommendation on that. Let's deal with that, get it out of the way, and then we'll go back up one and work down through all of those with the same property owner.
Okay.
I don't have anything in 112.
That's because we've got a recommendation on it.
Gotcha.
And didn't have anything more.
Christina.
Hi, my name is Christina, and I'm an appraiser with the Equalization Office.
This is in regard to parcel tax ID 30501. This parcel is located at 814 Floorman Street in Rapid City. The owners' names are Richard and Cheryl Godfrey. After an interior inspection and data corrections, I have a recommendation of $56,700 for land and $365,400 for structures, for a total value of $422,100. And the owners are in agreement with this.
That's my motion.
Second.
Moved by Hancock, seconded by Lassiter. Did you get those numbers?
1 second.
So, 56,700 for land and 365,400 for the structures.
Comes up to,
At 365,400?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Christina, where was that property located?
So this property is located, it's in Rapid City limits. It's accessed from Mount Rushmore Road. It's on Floorman Street.
Okay,
So, right below Skyline, basically.
thank you.
all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so now let's go back up. Let's go to that Kapuna. It's tab 111. Same property owner. Rod is the appraiser from my office, and they'll be talking about 4 separate parcels, so you'll have to take action on each of those 4 separately.
So we have Rod and, is this David?
David Kaler.
Okay, David. Rod, you have the floor.
Good morning, Board. So we are starting with tax ID 22171, and I believe in your booklets, that's tab 111. And like Shannon mentioned, 4 different properties. All 4 of these went through the city board. 2 of those we're taking back, the county's taking back, and then the other 2, Mr. Kaler is actually appealing the board's decision back to the county. So regardless, we'll start with the 22171, Kapuna LLC. This is located at 3420 Idlewild Court. This property is this is a duplex. So it's 2 townhomes that are platted together. And the recommendation I have is to uphold our original value of $425,800. That's 93.9 on the land, $331,900 on the building. So to start with, the sales that I have, I think you have the spreadsheet that has the sales listed there. So again, this is a duplex. So it's essentially 2 townhomes together, but it's platted as one. So if this would sell again, it would sell just as you see it, as 2 townhomes platted together.
Okay.
The comps that I'm using are essentially single townhomes. So it is a good indication of value when we take a single townhome, kind of come up with some square foot valuations, and then apply that back to a duplex, because again, it's essentially 2 townhomes that are platted together. So when we look at the sales that I have there, again, these once adjusted, again, these are all single townhomes. They're right in that same neighborhood. If you look at some of the addresses, Idlewild Court, on 3 of them, they're literally in that same cul-de-sac. So after we've made adjustments to those single townhomes, I'm indicating a value right around $224 per square foot. Again, when that's applied to this duplex, it comes in a little bit high. The actual valuation that I'm recommending comes out to $215 and 49 cents per square foot. There's some, if we don't have the exact comparables, the best comparable for this particular one would be, again, a duplex where they're both together. Since my comps are all singles, there would be some additional adjustment. We've adjusted for things like bathrooms and square foot and, all the different 15 to 20 things that we adjust for. But there isn't an adjustment for the fact that these comps are all single townhomes and the subject is a duplex. So in looking at all the sales, when I come to the final square foot valuation of 224, I still feel like that was just a little bit high because we're not quite considering the fact that when you buy something like this, you might be getting a little bit of a bulk discount since you're getting two at once. And also there's a shared wall. So that's why I'm not using the comps for my exact recommendation. It came in again at 224. My recommendation is at 215. Like I said, one of the problems that we run into in this type of problem is trying to find the best sales, which would be another duplex like this, and they just aren't commonly bought and sold together like this. Typically, you find them split into townhomes. But since we don't have a lot of comparables where they're exactly a duplex, we do have this very subject that's sold. And so this subject did sell in 2020 for $315,153. And one way that I kind of approach that is if we just look at it at a time adjustment, so since 2020, what has our market done in that same time frame? And so it just as a reasonable way to look at this, from the purchase price of 2020 to today's assessment of the 425, that averages about 8.75% per year. So again, I'm just starting with what he paid in 2020, looking at today's assessment. Over that time period, the percent change is about just under 9%. So is it reasonable to say, has our market changed on an average of 9% per year? So when I look at what we use for a time adjustment, I would say, yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm showing closer to a 12% average change over that same time period. When this was purchased in 2020 for the 315,000, at that time our assessment was 281,000. So he purchased it essentially for 12% more than we had it assessed at. Through that same time period, our value had changed, like I said, an average of 8.75%, while the market grew that same period about 12%. So to me, that's a good, reasonable test to say, is our current valuation over market? I would say no, just looking simply at what he paid for it in 2020, how much our market has grown since that time, and how much his assessment has grown. So that's probably my strongest argument is even though some of the comps are showing that the sale price or the assessed value probably should be a little bit higher, but again, that's looking at only single family or at single townhomes and not duplexes. So to make up that adjustment, I'm going with a lower recommendation at the 215 a square foot and basing that on his purchase price from just a few years ago, comparing that to market growth. And I feel like our value is very reasonable.
Thanks, Rod. Any questions for Rod before we go to David?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
Rob, you got 5 comparables here. If you had to pick 2, what would be your strongest value indicators?
The 2, I would say probably comp 2 and 3. I'm sorry, 3 and 4.
And 3 and 4, they are 3-bedroom, 2-bath. And the subject, if you break that down, they're 2-bedroom, 1-bath per unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't 1 and 2 be more comparable? The 2 beds per each townhome and 1 bath? I think that's what buyers look at, or that extra bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to follow.
Sure. There's a lot of adjustments throughout these. When I look at a comparable, I'm going to say which one was adjusted the least. And those two, in my opinion, had the fewest amount of adjustments. But in the end, again, when I looked at where all these adjustments landed on a final value, I still felt that was just a little bit high. And so that's why I relied a little bit more on what he actually paid and compared that to market growth.
Okay.
David, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to come. First off, this was built as a duplex. Raleigh Robbins was the builder way back in the day, and we actually represented him on it. It wasn't two single units brought together. It was built and sold as a duplex and has been owned by one party as a duplex. So when we purchase these, we purchase them based on cap rates, things like that. So I wanted to basically speak to that. Then I think that when it comes to the comparables, I had a lot of discrepancy with the comparables because the comparables weren't comparables. They had basements in them. Three of them have full basements in them, and this one does not have anything. It's a single level crawl space, that's it. 2-bedroom, 1 bath per side. Again, so when you look at the comparables and try doing anything with the comparables that are single family, I'm sorry, but if I was presenting this and telling you this was the value of your house and I was going to represent you, you'd fire me. So I totally disagree with the comps. Then coming back up and saying, okay, our market's gone up an average of 8.75%. If we're going to use that as an argument, we have all the stats to prove that our market only increased 2% last year, did not go up 8.75%. So for me to come back before the board and argue the value last year, I didn't because I felt it was fair. But for the assessor's office to come to the table and say they're going to increase me 10% this year, I'm just looking at it saying, give me the facts. Give me the comps, give me the cap rate, give me something that determines how you're going to come to the table with the 10% increase. Because that's why I'm before you, because there is nothing here to show there's been a 10% increase in the value of this property. And I think that's basically my my argument to this. And it was the same argument, obviously, that I gave to the local board. The director of equalization did not show up to the local board to have the conversation there. They elected to come to this meeting to do it. And so that's where I'm back again, basically arguing the same points to you guys, which is, I think, a waste of your time to have to bring it before you again and have the same discussion. But I'll talk about that when I get through all my properties.
So David, I'm just looking at the square footage here. And so this is a one level, as you stated, but it's 1,976 square feet?
That's the whole unit.
The whole unit. So you
Yes.
split that in half, you're looking at 900 each?
Correct.
Okay. So that's, when it comes to, okay, that was my question. Is there any other questions for David from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So, Rod, are those units with basements, is that where that extra bath is downstairs?
I believe so. Are you referring to comps 3 and 4?
Right.
So 3, 4, and 5, I believe those are all with a bathroom on the main level. And again, we're adjusting for a sale that has a basement versus a subject that doesn't. There's adjustments for the bathroom count. There's an adjustment for square footage, adjustment for quality, year built, on and on and on. So we've captured that.
Here.
Okay, Con.
So with the variables plus the square footage is about the same with the basements. So his is 1976, where the other one is, second one is 1,976. 1,212, the other one's 1,958, and the other one's 1,788. So you took basically the square footage of all, even with the basements, and then you subtracted based on your variables, and that's where you came up with where you're at today based on the square foot. There's garage, decks, fireplaces, porches, basically the 15 variables that, thank you, Ron, that you gave me. So, to me, I think it's pretty fair at the 215.49 because you did some of those adjustments, because some of those variables, are kind of wonky is a good word, so I appreciate that. I think
Mr.
it's
Chair.
fair.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lassiter, Mr. Lassiter.
So looking at this, and I'm kind of leaning on the same, if you look at comps 1 and 2, and if you just take this unit as 2 units and you cut the square footage in half, I get it, those have basements in them, but I mean, I think it's a better price than if you took the comp 3 and 4 and took the basement out and looked at it. I don't know, I think, that's a lot of square footage for a lower cost, so kind of how I'm leaning on it. I think staff did a pretty good on this one.
Any other questions for David or Rod?
No.
If not, I would look for a motion.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
Land 93.9, improvements 331.9, total 425.8.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to uphold the original county value of 425.8.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is it 113?
114. As far as your tabs are concerned, tab 114, tax ID 36332.
Okay, oh yeah, we did 113. Okay, this is the Elkwood LLC,
That's correct.
36332.
Yes. So this is located at 1935 38th Street. This is an apartment building with 18 units in it. Just kind of a quick explanation of how we approach all of our apartments is we have them on an income modeling system. And the way that we've gathered our data is through surveys. So in 2019 and in 2023, we send surveys out to anybody that owns a fourplex or larger. We're asking for income data, rents, expenses, everything that we're using to model all these other properties. We're then bracketing the data that we get according to what we're calling an investment class, anywhere from the low end, which are typically hotel conversions, up to the excellent group. So there's 5 categories that we bracket all these properties in. Then we apply what we consider to be market rents. And if you look at page 2 on the documents that I gave you, under market income analysis, so you'll see some columns labeled market rent, market PGI, market vacancy, market EGI. Again, those are all a result of the surveys that we send out. And one of the things that I'm trying to show you on this sheet as well, if you look at the very top corner of that same sheet, you'll see median, COD, PRD. So what we do is within our model, after we have all this data, and we're trying to estimate what are the market rents, the market vacancies. We then compare that against the sales. So when we get a sale, we can pull a direct cap rate out because if we have the expenses and the NOI of that same property throughout the years we've gathered that, we compare that to the sale, we pull a direct cap rate out of that. But what I have in the top corner is kind of a statistical way to measure how accurate our model is. And so you see that median of 96.8%. What that means is in this investment class, which is considered an average investment, the 96.8% is showing how close our assessed value is compared to the actual sales. So in other words, we're about 96.8% accurate in predicting the sale. But that's how we gauge how accurate our data is when we use that to model all the other properties. And another indicator that I feel supports our modeling is Mr. Kaler did give some financial information on this property. And when I looked at what his PGI, which is basically just his rents, it was indicating $190,997. And our model had indicated $190,800. So to see a PGI that close, to me, just means that the model is working, also supported by our 96.8% ratio to the sale. So after all of that, we ended up with a value of the $1,611,000, and I think it rounds, let's see, I rounded that, $1,611,800. And one of the obvious things to point out here is this also had a sale. And again, my 1.6 current valuation is actually under the sale from 2021, right at the very end of the year. He purchased this for $1,650,000. Now I understand cap rates were lower then. Cap rates have risen since then. But this is, I think, a good example of how we don't always just go to a sale. A lot of times it is a good indicator of value. It mostly is. But when we're dealing with a lot of these income-based properties, cap rates can change. Someone might buy a property at a different cap rate than someone else who has more risk assessment. So we don't always just take a sale and say, okay, that's the value. We have our own analysis where we estimate what the market says the cap rate should be, what the market says the rent should be, and that's how we get to our value. As an example, when he purchased that in 21 for the 1.6 million, our valuation was 1.18 million. So we were well under what he purchased. And like I said, we didn't just say, oh, well, he bought it at 1.6, let's just change the value to that. We follow our own analytics through a really good system of gathering data, and that's where we ended up with this value. So the rents line up with what I believe he's actually getting. The rents line up with what I believe the market would support. And I believe the value of the $1,611,800 represents market value.
Thanks, Rod. Is there any questions from the commission?
How many apartments are in there?
How many apartments? 18, right?
Thank you.
Okay. David, you have the floor.
Thank you.
So what I did was met with Rod prior to kind of discuss and go through, and these apartments are professionally managed. And a conversation was valuation runs somewhere between 6 to 8% cap rate, which is how we buy these based on what the economic model is, what's going on for that year. And so in presenting our financials and basically running cap rates, and this is where I am disputing the current valuation, is because, as an example, a 7%, 7.1% cap rate on this building would be at 1.5 million. 7.38% cap would be at 1.45. A 6.6 would be at 1.6. So my argument is the fact that the cap rate, in meeting with the director, with Rod on this, is I can give you the expenses, we can figure out cap rates, we can come up with valuations, as opposed to having to go to, well, we hope everything and everything is going to be equal to. This is actuals. So I feel that I can prove what the value is on this building based on, again, expenses, income, and what a fair cap rate would be on this.
Okay, this is the same sheet we got in our book, correct? That you gave us?
I gave that to, I think I gave that to
Yeah, I
you,
gave-
and then I also gave that to the local board when I met with them.
Okay, so we have it.
Great.
Same thing I gave you.
I thought it might have been something new or
Oh.
different.
Tried getting my accountant to fudge the numbers, but he wouldn't.
So David, with your numbers, what do you, the local board lowered it to 1.4336. Is that what you think it's,
It's between the 1.4 and the 1.5. It's not a premium, property. It's older, but we've done some upgrades on it since we purchased it. But again, it's got 1970s cabinetry in it and things like that, so it's not going to be a, premium, brand-new building by any means.
so when you purchased this property, I'm sure you've seen the property management paperwork before you bought it also, correct?
Correct. And we, again, and Rod, I agree with him on that, and that is, we did buy it because back then, my cap rates were a lot lower than what they are today based on, what you can get out of your money, so.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rosknecht,
Dave, do you agree with the cap rate, the 6.6 cap rate?
Between the 6 to the 8, I'm not having anybody wanting to buy stuff at a 6% cap, because of what they can do with their money in other areas. So we're closer to the 7 to 8, but I also realize that the valuations that are placed are end of year 2023, and things have even changed since then. So that's where I'm in agreement with a 7% cap on something like this. I think that's fair at the end of 2023.
So when did the interest rates take a hike? Because I know the interest rates have a direct impact on cap rates because it
Yeah.
costs more to borrow
Well,
money.
cash on cash cap rate, and that's how we kind of value it, because if I can find investors to purchase something like this as an example for cash, and that's what they're going to do, is cash on cash. If they're going to have to go borrow the money for it, they'll leverage themselves and you'll figure cap different, but usually our valuations are always done cash on cash.
So with this sheet, what is your NOI? I'm coming up with 95,460.
My NOI on it is actually 107,142 because you've got to add back in your mortgage.
I took out the mortgage.
Yep.
And I added, you've got an NOI of 3827.
And that's where you'll add back in your mortgage of 91,633.
And I come up with 95,460.
And that's just above the total operating expenses.
Here,
are you done, Ron?
Yeah.
on the units, how many bedrooms and stuff in these units?
I have 4 two-bedroom units and 14 one-bedroom units.
Okay, and what's your rent?
My one-bedrooms are $895, and my two-bedrooms are $1,000.
And that's with utilities? pay
Yes,
their
that's
own?
all inclusive. No, we pay everything. I'm going to apologize. They pay their electric bill.
Okay. What'd you say your two bedrooms were?
1,000.
And if I may say something?
I see some people doing some figuring, Dave, so I'm going to give them a little time to.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Rob, you're saying the NOI is 106,381, just using your model of
Right.
comparable sales, 6.6 cap rate for 1,611,826.
And if I can just say, this does happen, or this conversation does happen a lot between our office and owners, and we like to get actual information to compare to the market, but we're not doing an analysis on direct actual information. So it's something that comes up quite frequently where someone wants their valuation based strictly on their actual rent, their actual expenses, all those things. But we have to look at this from a mass appraisal. That's why we send out these surveys and that's why we model. So there is going to be some fluctuation between someone's actual and our market. And the obvious point there is he paid 1.6 for this 3 years ago and we're still under that. So that's why we don't use actuals directly.
So I'm going to make a motion.
Ms. Hector.
Land 124, improvements 1,004,33,6, total 1,611,800.
Let me get that again. So you got land at what?
120,400.
Okay, improvements.
1,004,33,6.
Oh, you're going with the recommendation. Okay,
There's a total 1,611,800.
okay.
Mr. Chair, my only question would be back to Dave.
Hold on.
Okay.
I want to see if I get a second on this.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a second for discussion.
So Dave, do you see this sheet that Rob's got? Rod?
Yes.
Okay, so he's coming up with an NOI of 106,381. Are we in agreement with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So it's just the cap rate that we're trying to.
Correct. And cap rates will be based on, premium properties, properties that need to be totally rehabbed, and obviously your market.
And the risk of the purchaser as well. Everybody's risk is different.
He paid more in '21 than he did now, and I can tell you that from our properties, it didn't go down.
Well, but an investment property is based on the current market, and the current market in 2020 and where people were wanting to put their money, because you couldn't get anything with it, leaving it at the bank, was totally different than what it is in 2023.
I'll have to disagree just from a couple people trying to buy our properties right now, our motels. So that market, they want to 1031 them and do some other stuff with them. I'm not having any problem. I'm just not wanting to sell right now. So I have, they are basically apartments. They're
Okay,
suites
and
and inns.
I hear you, I understand where you're at, but
And
I'd
I appreciate that.
respectfully disagree.
I mean, they're
So,
not, in your case, they're not called apartments. They're called inn or suites, but
Yeah,
we just, at this time, we purchased them for a reason to help our community, so.
So if we went with the local board, 1,433,600, if I did my math right, that'd be a cap rate of 7.4, which is quite a spread from 6.6. And I'd have to see some evidence that would support 7.4. I mean, I see what Rod's got, and at least I can look at that. 7.4, that would do quite a spread from the 6.6.
6.6 to 8, 9.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to uphold the county's value of 1.611800. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I think so, yeah. Let's wait for them to.
Now we on to 115?
Yes. Now, these are actually two side-by-side townhomes. So we're talking about tax ID 67566.
6.6 or 6.5?
Well, and 67565. These are attached,
Okay.
so I'm using the same comps, same sales, same everything. So I thought we really could just talk about them at the same time. I have the second page there kind of shows the comps that I'm using. We've kind of been through how we do adjustments. The comps are coming in a little bit higher than my recommendation, closer to $250 per square foot. My recommendation is, if we're looking at the first one, the 676 Middle Valley, my recommendation comes in at the $242.91 per square foot. To me, the comps kind of show that, again, we were just a little bit high. Since this again is two properties that are actually separate townhomes, the comps are actually a little bit better because they are also single townhomes, so a little bit better comparison. But I did make a recommendation for just a little bit less than what the comps were showing. They're both coming in right around 243 per square foot. So my recommendation, we'll just start with the first one, tax ID 67565. My recommendation is the 68,600 for the land, the 294,800 for the improvement, for a total valuation of 363,400. And on the other property, 67566, really the same thing. Land's 68,600. The improvements 295,200 for a total recommendation of 363,800. Like I had touched on earlier, both of these went to the city. The city actually supported the county's initial value, and so I'm just simply asking to uphold the city's decision and our decision and stay with our original assessed value. And I believe this is really David's appeal, taking his properties back to the county, so I'll yield the rest of my time to him because I haven't heard his complete argument on this.
Okay. David, you have the floor.
Thank you, David.
My dispute on this, a couple different things. First off, the map that you get there is my dispute with the land value. You'll notice on this that the city water tower is directly behind this property. When we built this property, we built it again as a duplex and purchased the land and got a good deal on the land simply because of where it's located at. It's directly out the backyard, and it's not an asset unless the city elects to paint like a nice whale or something like that for a mural on it. So that's where I have a real problem in saying I could sell this lot if it was vacated for basically over $130,000. It wouldn't go. Second thing is that the comps that were used, again, I look at this compared to what Idolize was, and the comps are old. Comp number 1 has a full basement. These properties have no basement on them. They're on a crawl space. I think they're on a crawl space, either that or slab. Do you have down what they are?
I have crawl.
Crawl. Okay, yeah, they're on a crawl space. So comp number 1 is on a full basement. Comp number 1 was sale date of 2021. Comp number 2 is on a full basement. And comp number 3 does not have a basement, but it's 2022. And I feel that there are better comps out there. I have one that was on 6517 Wellington Court. That was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,404 square foot on a single level. And this property sold for $325,000, and that was in 2023. And then there was another one on Parkview, but again, it had a basement to it. It had 1,570 square foot, so it was similar in size overall to this, but it's two-level. And that one had sold for $299 in 2023. So I believe there's better comparables out there that help justify the price, and that's where I'm coming to you guys saying that I really believe that the land value is where this one got missed, that the land is 20,000 per unit overpriced.
So what you're saying is for each unit, it should be 48.6. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Any questions for Rod or
Mr.
David?
Chair,
Mr. Ron?
are these typically used for rental units then?
Yes.
So does your rent per unit or per square foot, does that, you got some evidence that shows that water tower lowers that rent? Compared, if this was located?
No, I'd look at you and go that if I was to, and I haven't run cap rates on these to really determine what my value would be if I could pull that kind of money out of it or not. Does it affect it? I don't believe it does. I don't have much of a backyard the way it is, but the people we've rented to on these honestly have been like snowbirds because of the condition of them, because they're in immaculate condition. But if I took these units, because I could take them, I believe I could take these and sell these off separate. Yeah, I could sell these off separate. And if I went to sell them, that's where, again, it's like, okay, is the value of what it's at? And that's where I take a look at comparables. But I take a look at my lot value of 68,000, and I'd say if I put this on the open market, based on that, would I get it? I don't believe I would.
Well, if you put it on the open market, do you think there'd be more interest as a rental income property?
No, because I don't think if you
Owner
purchased
occupied.
it at that, I don't think that if I did a real quick calculation, cash on cash, I don't think you can get it to return it. When I built it, we built them really reasonable because of the value of the land.
Yeah.
So then it made sense. Now to come in and purchase something like this and be able to, I think these rent for like 1900 a unit, I think is what I get for rent out of them. That wouldn't support the sales price.
Well, I see some comparable sales, but are there, have we looked for listings in the area just to see what the competitive set would be if it was, if it was listed for sale?
I have not looked at listings. Usually if I have enough sales, I'll just stay with the sales, and I'll look at listings if I don't have enough sales. And I would just, since I'm speaking, I would just echo the same thought is if there is something, if there's an influence that affects value, it'll usually show up in the sales, but on an income-producing property, it would typically show up in the rent. So that's a similar observation that I would have is we would see this influence somewhere, and I don't see it.
So does Dave have this sheet that we're looking at with the adjusted?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent him everything you're looking at.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
So I do agree with David with the water tower there, because we have a property with the water tower, and we have all kinds of issues with drainage and everything else of that thing coming off onto our property. I don't know if he has those kind of issues from that property. Looks like it's pretty well grassed behind him where the water tower is, but if I had to buy the home with that behind there, it'd be different than if I was renting it, because I wouldn't live if I had to, unless that property was low enough like we bought, that I wouldn't buy it, because it comes with a lot of issues with the water tower. But in this case, I don't know if there is any drainage or any issues.
I haven't had any. I'd be interested in your experiences.
Well, if you haven't, it's probably because it's grass behind it, but we're having some drainage come down and deteriorate the whole side of the hill from the top of the water tower. So, yeah.
Does anybody want to buy a duplex?
Well, at this time, it looks like, just so it's grassed, but On our case, it's not.
Yeah,
So,
we haven't had any issues along that line at all.
so that's why I'm saying that's why it would be an agreement on the difference on the land, David. But at this point, if I was buying it, I wouldn't live, I mean, if I had a choice, I wouldn't have a water tower behind me. Number two, because you're using it as rentals and stuff, I don't think, I'm gonna be up straight, I don't think they're gonna care, because they're gonna see it beforehand, they're gonna rent it because of the shape of the property, what kind of yard they have, all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, David.
Yeah, because it's in great shape, so.
So I agree with you.
And if I may,
Right.
just to show on those comps, again, I haven't made an adjustment for this, if there is an influence, I haven't made an influence for a water tower. The comps aren't considering that as well. The comps are indicating a square foot value closer to 260. My recommendation is 240, so I am well below what the comps, which would be unadjusted to any influence, are showing, so I feel it's reasonable.
Yeah.
That's why I said Dave, or Rod, for that reason, when I looked at them, and then your reasoning on some of it and where you came from it. And then David not having problems with the tower behind like we are. Want to see
Well,
this?
yeah, I'm looking at the adjusted sale prices, and that's just the way you do it in appraising. When you compare, either you plus or minus, and if these adjustments are right, I mean, like you said, the average is probably 250 or north of 250, and you're recommending 242. Now, enough, you were recommending 55, I'd probably have a problem with that, but the 242 to me seems pretty fair.
So it looks like you need action on 67565 and 67566 separately.
I'll do 67565 if that's okay, Chair.
Okay,
That would be, the total would be 363,400. The land is 68,600. The improvements are 294,800.
we have a motion and a second to accept equalization's current value. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Excuse me. Now we go to item 67566, identical property. We discussed this. Is there any motion on this one?
I'll go ahead and do it, sir.
Ms. Hancock?
Total is 363,800. Am I going slow enough, Geraldine? Your land is 68,600. Your improvements is 295,200. So land 68,600, improvements 295,200. Total 363,800.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second from Lassiter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Can I just address
Yes.
one last thing?
Yes,
And I
sir.
talked to Rod in regards to this, and as a taxpayer and running through this, in the 48 years that I've been in the business and doing this, I've never had to, well, I came to the county once, but never over the issues that I feel that need to be addressed, and I don't know where to take it to get it addressed. But I think that to meet with the local board and then have to come before you guys is a waste of somebody's time.
Second that.
And one of the things, and Rod and I talked about this, that he said is well, 4 years ago, they went to the process basically of what I call reading through the local board and just showing up here. And I was at the local board, and my brother was up on some of his stuff, and he had them all read through. And the commissioners asked me at the time, they said, "Where's your brother?" And I said, I don't know. But I called him, and he said, just read them through. And now I know why he did it. And so next year, as an example, based on the way this system is set up, I'm going to have all my properties read through, and I'm going to come to you guys. I'm also going to do podcasts because we have a huge following with as long as we've been in the real estate business, and tell my people that call us and they say, how can we deal with this? Because we talk to them and say, you know, keep it sane, go down, talk to your equalization office, et cetera, et cetera. And, and I really, it's broke. This doesn't make any sense, because for me to take the time to show up at local boards and the equalization office not to show up to have conversations at that point in time and just basically reading it through because there's not enough employees or whatever, man, you guys are going to get slammed. And if I can help in having conversations with whoever it is saying that you guys, this needs to be redone.
Mr. Chair, where you are, we met with Jason, and he expressed his frustration with how that worked this year at the city board, and now we're exploring the idea of consolidation. That would be just one board. We work with all the different communities. That discussion's just started, but
Good.
it's in the process. Our state's attorney's looking at it to define who the board members would be. You know, we should have somebody from the school board because 60% of taxes are the school. But there was a lot of frustration this year at the city board in Rapid City. They could hardly find enough council people to go to run the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate that, but I wanted to just share that, and I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to do that.
Shannon's got some comments, because a lot of it has to do with state law, too. Shannon.
Our next appointment's coming in at 3, so we've got an hour to kill. And I wanted to respond to his comments. The law sets up the local board process. If the property is located in the city limits, the first appeal has to go to the local board. That doesn't mean you got to show up for it, but it does mean that they have to act on it. So you can just file that appeal with them and ignore it. You don't have to show up, but they do have to act on it. And then you can come here. Then you have to bring that appeal here if you want to come here. So you do have that. We've used that term read through before, where we tell people it's not really read through. They officially act on it, and we make sure that they do. But you don't have to show up. You didn't have to come here today either. We could have read through this today too.
And gone to the state. That's all.
So just so you know, you don't have to show up. They have to act on it. They can do that without you there.
Yeah.
We just need that notice that you want to come back here to make it active here.
Right. Okay. Great. Well, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
As well, David.
Thanks.
Yeah, see you later. Our next appointment's 3:00. So if they come early, we'll start early, but that's where we're scheduled.
Okay, I'd look to take a recess till 10 to 3.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Drew, second by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Take a motion to come out of recess.
So moved.
Moved by Laster, seconded by Hadcock. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So that brings us up to item 118, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Chris, I'll give you the floor, and then Mr. Martinez, after he's done, I'll give you the floor, and then the board will have their discussion.
All right, afternoon board, Chris Mooney, appraiser, equalization. This is tax ID 51924. Property's address is 3917 Brook Street. Is located on the north side of Rapid, north of Lowe's in the Auburn Hills subdivision. And I am recommending a no change to our original assessed value. That would be land at 56,800, structures at 267,300, for a total of 324,100. This property was purchased back in, I believe, June of 2022 for 325,000. And our assessment held out at that 324,100. The local board lowered the value down to 300,000 for the property, and I verified the data with the owner. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house with a 1-car garage with no basement, and and I verified that data. Condition seems correct, just average condition, no updates. And so I'm recommending to uphold our original assessed value.
Any questions for Chris? They're trying to get it up on. There we go. This is that the corner lot?
No, it is not.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Martinez, you're done, Chris. Does anybody have any questions for Chris? Seeing none. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor. I don't know how it went at the city board, but you have the floor.
I have what?
I didn't know how it went for you at the city board. It looks like you got it lowered there, but I didn't know if you had some paperwork or anything else you wanted to share.
No, I'm going to take a little different tact here. And I appreciate your time and everybody's time here. And if I may, with your permission, I'd just like to, I was coming here initially to try to convince you all, and you're the experts, of course, that that little house right there should be valued at $300,000 instead of $324,000. Both of those figures, I don't know about you, I've been around quite a while. Both of those figures are crazy. All right? But I'm going to do a little different tact here. If I could have a couple of minutes of your time, would that be all right?
You're allotted 15 minutes, sir.
Oh, I won't need that much time. I'd just like to share some thoughts with you folks. If looking at that little house on the prairie, if we apply the trajectory, the average increase that I've got the records, if I apply that average appraised or assessed increase, that trajectory, if I got the numbers right, that little house is going to be in less than 10 years value assessed at somewhere around $600,000. That ain't going to happen, folks. That can't possibly happen. And I'm just expressing some concerns with you folks who maybe you have some say in what's going to be happening around here. That's what's called not sustainable. It can't, this trajectory of assessments is not sustainable, and neither are the property taxes. People out there need some relief from property taxes, among other things. They have just, at our house, you probably heard this hundreds of times, our property taxes exceed our water, our sewer, our garbage, our electric, our natural gas, our internet, our homeowners insurance. It's out of whack. Now, I'm going to share one more thing with you folks. And I talked to Chris, and he kind of filled me in on a couple of things. You probably have figured out that this trajectory cannot continue. There is going to be a market correction, even in Pennington County. I've lived through one. The value of my house dropped 40%. It took 12 years to get back up to where it was, folks. It's going to happen here. I don't know when, but we're getting pretty close to the tipping point. But as far as the property taxes, I don't know who has the say in how they can be reduced, but people need a break out here. This has been a hardship. And if what I'm hearing is true, these property taxes are going to go nowhere but up. So as far as the value of that little house, you know, Chris has been doing this for a long time. It's his job. That's going to be the figure. I'm fine. I'll pay the property taxes. But I just wanted to bring a couple of things to your attention that I don't know how it affects your budget. But Chris was saying even if the market takes a dump, the taxes don't change. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's what I thank you for hearing me out. I just wanted to share that with you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Sir, so relative to your concern, and I've told this to some other folks earlier today, this Saturday, there's an open forum on tax reform at School of Mines. I'll be on the panel. Some representatives for the state will be on the panel that are trying to look at ideas because we realize this is starting to really get out of control. And it's, like you said, it's not sustainable, but it's 10 o'clock and on the Mines campus, it's building number 11.
11.
And it's at 10 o'clock and it's scheduled for 2 hours. Just
Appreciate that.
so we can brainstorm because there's other people that are, I think, in the same boat, but yeah, we're just, some of this has got to be done on the state level too, I think.
If we can get out in front of this, we're much better off. Everybody, instead of trying to react, if we can be proactive, it's for everybody's benefit. Okay, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, these, Representative Ladner, I think she's got some really good ideas. She presented them this year in Pure, but didn't quite get the traction that it needed, but we're going to keep on trucking.
Okay, very well.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
All right, thank you, folks. Thanks,
Any,
Chris.
any questions for Mr. Martinez?
No, I just said thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Martinez, we don't have a motion on the floor. So I'd go to the commission on a motion on this. The local board lowered it to 57 for the land, and, or they actually raised the land to 57 and the structure at 243 with the 300,000. The recommendation from staff is land 56.8, structure at 267.3 with a 324,100 assessment, and that is lower than what he paid for it in 2022 at 325. Is that correct? You paid 325 in 2022?
Could I address that?
Sure.
Yes, that is correct. But let me give you a little bit of context there. That was an incredibly frantic market. People were offering way above the asking price. Unfortunately, we had been looking for a house for a long time for our daughter, who has a major disability, and this was the first house that worked for her. So here we have a frantic, irrational market, and we have a desperate buyer. But yes, that is what happened.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that up because I know there's some houses out there for sale in that area, townhouses, and I know they're still going for that price. So that's what we have in front of us, folks.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So I agree. There are some people doing some impulse buying instead of, really looking at the market. But and in the appraisal business, we would probably throw a few of themselves out. But when you start getting so many of them, they become the market, and then you almost have to rely on them. I'm not saying that we like it any more than you do, but there again, the state statute says we got to take them sales. We got to use them to help the assessor's office determine, what, based on them sales, we have to use those to determine what other properties are worth. And there again, I think we're governed by the state to do that. Not saying it's right, and I'm just saying that that's why we're having this meeting on Saturdays, to see if there's alternative ways for taxation purposes.
So I go to the board.
Mr. Chair, based on the market evidence that I'm looking at, comps 1, 2, and 3, I'll go ahead and support the DOE's recommendation, the 2024 assessed value of land 56.8, structure 267.3 for a total of 324,100.
I have a motion and a second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Martinez. We have one item we need to take care of that's right some numbers. I'll
Yeah.
recognize Joe.
I'm Joe with the DOE. On item number, or tab number 114, Output LLC. The numbers that were given don't add up to the total that was given. And so the actual numbers need to be land at 120,400 and the structure at 1,491,400 for a total of 1,611,800.
That'd be my amendment since I made that motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded with the amendment. So it's land at 120, improvements 1,491,400 with a total of 1,611,800. Sounds good.
Second by Travis, was it?
Yep, there's a second by Travis. They switched seats for us.
There's Gareth.
What was the ID number on that, Lloyd?
36332, tab number 114.
114, wasn't it? Tab
Correcting one that was already
114.
Yeah. You got it? Yeah. Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. So our next appointment is going to be,
3:45, we'll let you know when property owner shows up.
we'll do that. So we'll take a recess till Shannon hunts us down.
And I'll be leaving. I got to go to Equalization Board by 3:30.
We got two people leaving.
He doesn't have to leave
They
till
made a decision
close to
earlier
4, so.
today, but the
And he's
numbers
back, so
that
we're
were
good.
spoken,
Anyhow, we'll take a recess till
what was right, so
the
this
next
was
person come, and that's at 3:45.
could be.
Look for a motion to recess.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Ron, what time are you coming?
Okay. Look for a motion to come out of recess.
So moved.
Moved by Laster, seconded by
Second.
Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Shannon.
So I thought we'd start with tab 121, but I think the property owner went to the bathroom. He's here. He was in the room.
I think he can hear us in the bathroom, Ken.
Speak up, huh? Yes. Okay, so do I say the name right? Is it McDevitt? Yes. Okay. McDevitt, this is tab 121 in your binders. And Christina is here.
What I'll do is give Christina the floor to explain where she come up with her assessment and explain to us and to you. And then when she's done, if we have any questions, we'll ask her. And then we'll give you the floor to appeal it.
Okay. I'm going to sit then.
Hi, this is Christina again. This appeal is in regard to tax ID 64758. The owners' names are William and Teresa McDevitt. The location is 5729 Harper Court, access from Nugget Gulch Road off of Catron Boulevard. The mailed out assessment for 2024 was $726,500, which is $70,000 for land and $656,500 for structures. The main concern of this appeal is the difference in value between their home and the next highest assessed home on the street, which happens to be next door to them, as well as the overall percent increase for the structures on their street. There doesn't appear to be any disagreement with the land value. Mr. McDevitt indicated that he is aware that their home is superior in comparison to other homes on their street and also has valid points that needed to be answered. Upon an interior inspection, I was able to verify that the home is original to the year built, which was in 2015, with no updates, but well-maintained with above-average interior finishes. For that reason, the quality of construction for the home is classified as good, which appears in line with the rest of the homes in the neighborhood. Mr. McDevitt seemed to agree with the quality classification. I adjusted the number of plumbing fixtures from 15 down to 14. After measuring the basement finished area, I adjusted off 185 square feet of finish. After correcting the data, I recommended 70,000 for land and 645,700 for buildings, for a total of 715,700. Mr. McDevitt appealed to the local board, whom reduced his building value to 600,000. The comparable sales indicate that the recommended 2024 value is appropriate. Comparable sale number one is its own sale, which sold for 700,000 in February of 2022. Comparable sale number three is 6 years older, has less square footage, less basement area, less basement finish, same quality of construction and similar condition with a smaller attached garage, and it sold for 672,000 last June of 2023. The other concern is the building assessment difference between his home and the home next door, since they have the same quality of construction as being good. The home next door is the second highest assessed on the street. After reviewing the differences between the two, the subject property has more square footage, it has an extra fireplace, extra plumbing fixture, more basement area, more basement finish, larger attached garage with more garage finish. In conclusion, I recommend a land value of 70,000 for land and 645,700 for the buildings, for a total assessed value of 715,700.
Thanks, thanks, Christine. Is there any questions for Christine? Seeing none. Mr. McDevitt? I don't have your first name. It's William or Bill?
I go by Bill.
Okay.
William is my first name, but I go by Bill.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You have the floor, Bill.
Well, you've seen, I believe you have the documents that I
Yeah.
sent in on Monday. You have my appeal to the city council and what they accepted.
Mr. Chair, Jones asking for him to speak into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Can we switch places? Thank you. I'm sorry. Where was I? You've seen my appeal and what the city council agreed to. I also, seeing that it's come back to the county board of, or Office of Equalization, and they disagreed with that amount. I'm kind of coming at this from a different direction. Everything that I had in that appeal is still valid. If you don't mind, I'm going to read this just so that I don't know if you've had time to read my letter.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what as a former analyst for the Air Force, I'm here to tell you that models are only so good, and they're garbage in, garbage out. At least my understanding when I spoke with Christina is that the assessed value is what this property should sell for. And if that's the case, when I bought this house, the year it was assessed was $540,000, yet I paid $700,000. Why didn't the model account for that? We can't, if you look at my table 1, every comparable that was given to me by the Office of Equalization didn't sell for what it was assessed for. I don't understand why that could be the case if the model is valid. I think that what most realtors use is cost per square foot. It's a good comparative, apples to apples comparative. If you look at Table 2, my cost per square foot, my house came in right at average based on the 5 comps that were given, or the 4 comps that were given to me by the Office of Equalization. Most realtors understand that houses with smaller square footage sell for more per square foot. It's pretty common knowledge. So, I came in right at the average of the 5 houses. If we remove the 2 smaller houses that sold for significantly more per square foot, I'm down at 220. We're down to 220 per square foot. If I look at that and compare it, plot that in, subtracting the value of the land, then between the high and the low averages there of the cost per square foot, the house comes out at 611,500 to 635 range. If you look at the chart, this was also in my letter to the city council. This shows from low to high the assessed value of the street of every house on Harper Court. The one all the way up at the top right is my house. It's significantly higher than everything else. The data plots, it's a good data plot. The trend line is good. The R value is good. But my house sticks way up there above everything else, including the next highest priced house. If it was to fit the data line better, it would drop down to where that orange dot is, which was actually $600,000. So bottom line is $600,000 is apparently much too low. I would be willing to accept the midpoint between that $600,000 that the city council approved and the high, or the 635, which was the high average cost per square foot. And if we accept the midpoint for that, it's 617,500. That's all I have at this time, sir.
Thanks, Bill. I'll go to the board for any questions.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
when you went, and I've never been in front of the city board, so when you went in front of the city board, what were your thoughts? Or who were making the decisions on reducing or?
I don't know who in particular, but I think the chairman motioned for $600,000, and the rest of the council people.
I think the city council are the ones that sit on that, and then I
Yes.
think somebody from the school board should be on
Yes.
it. I'm not sure there was.
It was a unanimous decision to accept $600,000.
I just wonder what their expertise is when it comes to valuing real estate.
I don't know. I don't know what yours is, for that matter.
I've been a certified general appraiser for 35 years.
Okay, well, that's great, but I accept that. But
No, I'm just saying, we all recognize that the city boards it's not functioning very well.
Well, is there, that's the process we go through, sir. Is there any, do we just cut them out of the process if they're not qualified?
We're working on that. Actually, we met with the mayor of Rapid City a couple weeks ago, and, we discussed county problems, we discussed city problems, and the one thing that he really wanted to talk about was the process of the city boards, and then people come in here, and, I think the city council, they just get pretty frustrated because they really don't, I don't know that, I know most of the folks on the city council, and, they're nice people, and I just don't know how much experience they got in real estate appraisal and how they can analyze market evidence. I think what we've done here, it's pretty well vetted, and
Sir, is everybody else a certified appraiser as well?
well, they're not necessarily, but
Yeah, I understand that.
Department
I
of
understand
Equalization.
that Ms. Weller is.
Right. But we take their recommendations, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so is this just to make me feel good that I get to stand up here and talk to you?
No,
mean-
not at all.
I mean, it sounds to me like what you're saying is, we agree with them. Like, that's what you're saying right now.
What I'm saying is I'm looking at the market evidence that I have in front of me, and I don't really see an issue with it.
Okay, well, I do. That's why I'm here.
Okay. And I'll let some of the other,
I don't really have any questions. I read through this pretty thoroughly this morning for a second time, and I think you did
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I think you did a good job with your analysts, and you've got some good points. But I think, also, I think our equalization department, they do a good job too, and they have to go by off themselves. So I'm just pointing out some facts. You know, we have the director here, and this is where you come to appeal and make your case, and you put some time and work into this. And
I
so
did.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I may not agree with it, but I'm just telling you, you did some good work. I don't know where I'm at yet.
Okay.
Is there any other questions for Bill? Or thoughts on where to go with this? The local board lowered it down. What they did is lowered the building down, or the structure down, to 600,000 from 656,500 recommendation. And when Mr. Bill is talking, I've got numbers all over here. You were thinking it should be, the building should, and you have no problem with the land. What you're thinking from your analysts is somewhere between 611, the low, and 635 is the high. And you're thinking that the medium is the right spot.
Well, I was the median between what the city council approved and the high average.
Okay.
So it's fairly reasonably close together.
So I think those are some of the options we got, Department of Equalization's recommendation on the structure at 645, 700. City Council's, board recommended 600, and we have Bill's, who believes it's between 611 to 635 for the building. I'm going to give these guys a few minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Earlier, we had David Keller with Keller Real Estate here, and, he gave us some statistical data. And I think very conservatively, we could assume that real estate's been appreciating 2% a year. And if I take the 700,000, which I would probably rely on that as a good sale, and I go 4% a year at 728,000, which is above the recommended value of 726.5, just based on what the market's doing in Rapid City.
Is every house doing that, sir?
I can't say that every house is. Mr. Kaler just said as a rule what he saw for appreciation.
Okay, that may very well be. I believe that I overpaid for my house. I overpaid significantly for my house because this house wasn't even on the market when I bought it. This was, I had to get a place that had I live with my 93-year-old mother lives with us, and I needed a place that had no steps and 2 master bedrooms. Master bedroom upstairs, she's on a walker, and this place wasn't on the market. My realtor happened to know the realtor, the builder of this house. He built this house for himself, and they wanted to move out in June. I was looking in December, so it wasn't even on the market. So they came up with a amount, and I didn't feel like I had a leg to really argue an amount. But in 2022, that house was appraised at $540,100.
And at the last, earlier today, we had a gentleman, same thing. He said, I was under pressure, And in the appraisal business, when I see something like that, an outlier under pressure, buyer, seller under duress, I would kick that sale out. I wouldn't look at it. The problem is, we've got thousands of other sales, and they become a market.
All right. I mean, I am certainly not an appraiser. I've learned a lot about this process over the last month and a half, and I'm certainly not an appraiser, but I can look at data from my street
Right.
and see where there's a huge difference
Well, I
between
can-
me and the next best house. There's only two good houses on this street. And it's not that much bigger, it's not that much better than my neighbor. Yet mine sticks up like a sore thumb compared to my next door neighbor's, if you look at that trend line.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion that we follow the recommendation of the Equalization Office. Land at 70,000, structures at 645,700 for a total 715,700.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And there's a second.
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
I recognize this is about $100,000 more than what you would like it to be at this point. But as I look at the history on this, the information provided, I don't see that it's anything less than this. So,
With that being said, any further questions or discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick
Mr.
question. So, and I've heard this now the last couple of years. I was under distress and had to buy it. Christina, maybe Department of Equalization, somebody. When an individual wants to buy a home and they feel like they have to spend more to get it, is that considered a distress sale?
No, I mean, as long as the sale was an open market sale, and there's, it was not related, it was, advertised on the open market, we would consider that still a valid sale.
And this one was open on the market, even
Right.
though he contacted the realtor beforehand, but it still is considered an open market sale.
Right, because it was still advertised, publicly. Therefore, it would be considered an open market sale.
No follow-up, Mr. Chair. So hearing the individuals that are coming in these last couple of years that have given us some of these scenarios, when we're using the model of the market sale price, they're kind of the ones that are bringing up the overall values. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Right, yes. Based upon, the last several years and what buyers have been paying for homes, including overspending on homes, that's, kind of what sets the tone for the market. And it's continuing inflation in our area.
Many people are still doing that. If we want to tone it down, they need to stop overpaying for homes.
Correct.
Got it. I'm just,
Mr. Chair, can I add some comments?
Sure.
So there, in every market, there's high sales and low sales. It's not like real estate's bought by a formula and everybody knows, oh, this house is worth this much. There's life situations that influence the sale prices. We don't appraise at sale price. We look at all of the sales. And last year, we had about 1,600 sales of property. So this is just one. And we use 3 years of sales information. So it'd be 1,600 times 3. 3 years ago, there was closer to 2,000 sales. And we're using all of those. So yeah, there's a high one in there and there's a low one. When there's a sale that is a transfer of ownership, but not a sale, like a divorce, husband and wife deed a property to the wife because she gets a house, that's not a sale, even if they put a dollar amount on it. So we eliminate those that are not actual market sales. But otherwise, we use all of the sales. That one high one is just one small piece of data, what Ron alluded to, but when there's more of them, we can say people are overpaying, but if that's what they're paying, that's what they're paying.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roska.
I'll give you an example. My nephew moved here from Boise in 2022, and he looked at a house over in Pinedale, and trust me, in all my years of appraising, He said he's going to have to borrow some money. And I said, what are they asking for the house? $254. I think we can all agree 6 years ago, if somebody was asking $254, they set that list price because they expected to get something less. Well, what happened with that particular house? They had 3 offers of $300,000, and then they had to write letters to the owner, and he had to pick one. And I still scratch my head. But
Been there, done that, got the T-shirt. That's how I sold 2 houses in Las Vegas to move up here, and it was the same thing. We showed the house for 3 days. We had 25 full price offers on Monday, and again, and they were over full price by a significant amount. And we had to pick which one of those was the best one. I know what you're saying.
so I still can't figure it out.
The realtors are telling us now that we've got out of that.
Yeah.
Our market might have slowed up a little bit. Realtors may be caught up a little bit. We're starting to see less to none of that anymore. There for a couple of years, that was happening a lot.
It was. With that, we do have a motion on the floor. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, that's about what I was expecting. Have a good afternoon, gentlemen.
So on the next one, Mr. Chair, I did pass out some information that I'll kind of walk you through after the applicant gets done speaking.
This is tab 122, Diamond Spur, and they're here, and Trevor is here.
So I'll do it. I think you were here when I described how we were working this, so we'll give the floor to Trevor.
All right, hello board. My name is Trevor Abernathy with the Equalization Office. So again, we're working on the number 122 for Diamond Spur Properties LLC. Tax ID is 72931. Address is 23826 Mill Iron Drive. The assessed value for this property was set at $366,800 for the land, $2,056,700 on the improvements for a total of $2,423,500, and I'm recommending no change to this assessment. So as Commissioner Ross Connect mentioned, there was a packet that was sent out. I did receive that over my lunch hour, but I have not discussed that at all with Commissioner Ross Connect. Just on the surface, I'm disagreeing with the value that's there, but again, I haven't discussed that. Right now, I'm relying on my own appraisal that was done on this property. So appraisal theory indicates that the cost approach is most reliable when you have a unique or special use property or you have new construction. The property is both new construction and a unique property for our county. The cost value is determined by the value of the land and the cost to build the improvements less any depreciation. So the land value is supported by the current surrounding land sales. So you can see this on the second page. The sales range from $5.29 per square foot to $7.06 per square foot. We have the subject in at $5 per square foot for the assessment. All those sales are along Mill Iron Drive there right by the subject property. The building on this property is a unique property, and we don't have many in the county. It is a 7,136 square foot banquet hall with a finished 768 square foot mezzanine on the second floor. For the 2023 assessment, the building was only assessed at 15% complete, so it wasn't completed in 2022, but the building was finished in 2023. So that's the reason for the 300+% increase this year is the new construction. It is a post and beam style build, so it has exposed wood beams throughout. And if you go to some of the earlier pictures, Leslie, there, we would be able to see some of that construction. And it's like 3 or 4 in, I believe. But this does also have some good finishes on it as well. A nice stone fireplace, standing seam metal roof, good HVAC system, lighting in the eaves there, and then some heating along the covered patio as well. So it's just one or two more there, and you'll see there it is. So you can see the overall frame of it is post and beam, and then stick built in between that. But those beams are exposed throughout the structure. It's good quality construction. So with this, it's set up as a wedding venue. There are very few of these structures in the county, so it is difficult to find truly comparable sales at this time. For this reason, the comparable sales approach was not relied on. I did discuss income with the taxpayer, but the income and expenses sound like they're for the wedding venue business itself and not completely attributable to the real estate. So it's not like he's leasing it out for a certain amount per square foot in order to gain a value from the income approach. So I didn't rely on that either. As this is a unique property with very little depreciation, well-supported land values, the cost approach is the best and most reliable approach to calculate this value. So I calculated the cost to construct the building, and I discussed the cost of construction with the owner. He said it was about what he had into it. I was also made aware that there was a budget originally of $3.2 million for this project, and that included the land value. For these reasons, I'm recommending no change to the assessment of $2,423,500. That's $366,800 on the land and $2,056,700 on the improvements.
That's it, Trevor?
That's it.
Okay, I need to get the applicant up here.
And this is what the board was looking at as well. Okay. Similar things I discussed, but just so you have them.
All right. All right, you guys hear me okay? Good afternoon. My name is Andy Edson, and my wife, Alicia, she couldn't be here today, but her and I bought this property here and developed this building. Just a little bit of history. Her parents live right across the creek there at the Double Diamond Ranch, and she's a graduate of the high school there. So she's been around this area for quite a while, and this is always one of the things that we wanted to do. And we actually responded to working with the Hill City Development Corporation and some people. We saw an advertisement in a newspaper probably 5 years ago looking for how do you attract more people. So our whole goal here was to build a business that would bring people to the hills and try and have a venue that people could use, not necessarily always in the main season, but in the off season as well. So our whole reason here was to build this. We wanted to build in high quality, and I appreciate your comments there because that was the goal, is build a high quality for weddings and people that come in. I mean, we get people from all over the country that have their wedding here and come to the Black Hills and enjoy it. So we're very proud of the building. We've got it going, and again, it's where our ultimate goal is to build a business that will make some money, right? And right now our model is wedding venues, and last year was our first year getting going, and and then this year, it's not a building that's going to generate revenue every day of the year, right? I mean, it's really weekends in the summer season. I mean, right now we have 44 days in 2024 where the building will be used. So, needless to say, when I got the tax assessment this year, I was kind of taken aback by, if I run the numbers roughly with the value, our tax bill would be just under $40,000. And just so you guys know, our revenue last year was $305,000. So, that's 14% just going to property taxes, right? So, that's the revenue before expenses and all that stuff. And we have, a full-time event director, and we have probably a 30 to 40% part-time operations manager takes care of the grounds and the buildings and all that thing. So what I did, I just kind of looked around at some of the data and kind of two things I saw. And again, there isn't a lot of comparables, right? It's a very unique building, and I can appreciate that. But I look at the first piece of the land, yes, I agree there have been some high sales in this one area, but you'll notice that no one has built anything there yet, right? Because, I think a lot of people, as they got there, they found the research that land is not that good because I had to put drilled piers all the way down to rock. And the other people that were looking at some development there, they're going to have to spend some substantial money on foundations. So that land is probably not worth what the people paid for it. And then I start looking at the Minor, Prairie Berry, Smoke Jumper, some other places along Spring Creek, and all that land's valued at $2 a square foot. So I think even though you have some historical sales, I would say that that's probably not really what the value of that land is when people are there. And then just on the building value, like I told Trevor, worked with him, that the amount that you have it assessed is roughly what we put into that. But again, we wanted to, I mean, we could have built probably a building at half of that, but I don't think it would, I mean, we really wanted to fit in with the area, right? I mean, the stone from the fireplace is Mount Rushmore granite. The other stuff kind of matches the hill nearby. And we really tried to make an attractive place to get people and to run a business. So ultimately, we want to make some money, and it might take a few years to do that, but we're excited to have this venue up and running.
Mr. Chair. So if you look at the information I've given you, on March 28th, 2022, I got an email from Arbor Bank asking me if I would appraise this property, and I turned it down. And the reason why, even though I have 30 years of appraisal experience in the commercial realm, I'm not that good to put a value on that. I would never rely on the cost approach, because if you took this to court, you'd never be able to justify your depreciation. The depreciation comes out in the market, and we all agree there's no market. And I didn't come to the last assessment hearing, but I watched it. When Pat Vidal was up here, had a couple strip malls. He wanted a 9% cap. You wanted an 8.5. We went with an 8.5. Now, Andy, when he built this, it's an income property. He built this to generate income. When I say generate income, he wants to be able to sit there and generate income, pay expenses, and still have something to put in his pocket. So if you assess this for $2,023,500, and I use a 8.5% cap rate, because that's an investor's going to want that if he wants to get into the wedding venue. You would have to generate for 2023. If you look at that, you'd have to generate. Based on the current assessed value, you'd have to generate $206,000 net. That's net after your expenses. At best, I'm figuring for Andy's business to get up and running, it's going to take 3 to 4 years. And that's why in 2023, I took that $205,000, assuming he can actually do that in 3 or 4 years, by 70%. And if I take that by 70%, I come up with $144,197, and then I cap it at that 8.5% that you guys were talking about the last meeting, and I come up with the value of $1,696,400 for the building, and then I agree with the land, 366.8, for a total value of $1,696,400. That reflects 2023. Andy actually went in the hole last year. And if we can actually get to that $205,000 using an 8.5% cap rate based on your current assessed value, if we can in 2026, then that's what it's worth. I agree. In 2026, this property is worth $2,423,500. But in 2023, based on the cash flow, it is a going concern, just like a hotel, like a motel. It's a going concern. It's a business plan. So just based on the income performance of this, I just can't, there's no way they're going to survive at $2,423,500 as a business operation. And it's an income approach that I'm using, and I'm using your assessed value and your 8.5% cap rate.
Mr. Chair.
Travis.
I just want to follow what Ron was saying. In that sheets he gave us, and you said for 2023, you did the 205,997 at 70%.
Right.
Is that correct? And that calculation right there gives at the 8.5% cap, gives $1,696,400.
Correct.
Is that for the structure, or is that for everything?
That's for everything. And then what I've done is I've actually subtracted the value that they think the 1.7 acres. So if you take that minus 366,800, you come out with a residual of 1,329,600 for the building.
And still 366,800 for the land.
So if you take I highlighted what I think I don't have a problem with the land, but anything I highlighted, this is what I'm recommending for a change, especially for 2023. If Andy can sit there in 2024 and do what he's going to do, he's going to have to generate probably, I'm guessing, 400 or 500 plus thousand. So if you do that, 500,000, let's just say 10,000 a wedding, I'm just using that for an example. He's going to have to do 50 weddings. And he said he's got a 44-day window. So, this is where I'm trying to come from. I really hope things change in 2024 and 2025, but I cannot, unless you can sit there and show me a whole spreadsheet how you can take whatever your replacement cost new was and your estimate of depreciation. If you can show me how you got to that depreciation and show me the market evidence that supports that, I'll go with it.
So, Mr. Chair, for clarification, if I understand correctly, it's 1,329,600 for the structure and 366,800 for the land, and that would leave a total of 1,996,200. Is that what I'm understanding?
1,696,400, right up above it.
Oh, okay, I see what
And then I'm assuming that business will pick up a little bit. I mean, what a credit to the community, and I appreciate taking the risk to do that. In 2024, I'm assuming, that you're going to get closer to that 205,000, in 2025, closer yet. But 2023, it's not even close to 200. It was actually a loss. The mortgage on that's like 156,000 a year. So my recommendation would be what I have down for 2023, which would be 1,696,400 for a total, 1,329,600 for the structure, and 366,800 for the land for 2023.
I want to give Trevor a chance.
Just one moment here.
Second to that?
No, I didn't hear no second.
Make a motion? Did you make a motion?
I'm just saying where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
So I guess my concern there is we've been told that we're about what he has in it. We also know that there was a $3.2 million budget here for.
Can I ask where you got that? Because I didn't tell you that number.
I got that from the Commissioner Ross Connect's information. There was an email from a bank that said budget approximately 3.2 million, including land value.
Yeah, so that was when I initially was applying for the loan, and I just wanted to go on the high end to make sure I got some money, so.
Okay. So we have those two figures. The bank is loaning money on it. I'm assuming there was an appraisal done. And I haven't seen an appraisal, but I doubt that a bank would loan on a $3.2 million project to assume that it would be worth $1.6 million.
But that's an assumption.
Yeah, and they didn't loan on a $3.2 million project.
Okay. So I guess short of seeing an appraisal that was done for it, we're at the cost of what he has into it. We can support the land value with the sales that we have, and the land values that we have on Prairie Berry and Minor and Smoke Jumper and the stuff that's a little bit farther to the west. We've got some sales back in there of improved properties that indicate land value is more around that $1.66 to $2.86 per square foot, which is why we have $2 a square foot on those properties. The sales here are stronger. Even the subject property's own sales in the past were stronger than $2 a foot. So that's my opinion still stands on we have the correct cost value.
Trevor, I think what you're missing is that this is a going concern. This isn't just land, and it just isn't building. It's going concern, blue sky, FF&E. And so with that being said, the structure is just one component of the of the going concern. And the going concern is based on income, not cost.
So I guess that's where I'm coming.
This is kind of where, we got mixed up when we were appealing the Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn. It was, the judge finally ruled on income. This is an income. And I'm just saying that if this is worth $2,423,500, and we can live with an 8.5% cap rate, there's no way they netted $205,000 in 2023, not even close. That's a form of depreciation, in my opinion. Like I said, you show me how you can support your depreciation, show me your replacement cost new, show me your depreciation, and you can really support it with market evidence, I'll buy it.
Trevor.
Well, the depreciation is almost nil if you're talking cost approach because it's brand new. There's very limited depreciation.
Okay, so.
So if you're looking cost, with the income, like I said before, I don't have the, when we're looking at these numbers, we're taking my cost approach and we're throwing a cap rate at it to get a potential income. It's not actual income, and I don't have the data that would tell me what this would lease for per square foot, and the expenses and the vacancy. I don't have that data to generate a proper income approach, which is why I didn't. So appraisal theory, just that's where I'm falling back on the cost approach, just because it is new. So that's just
Okay,
my opinion.
Let me step in for a second. So you went by the cost approach, and I think Mr. Roskinek going by the income approach.
It's an income property.
So I'm just identifying the two differences. So I think Trevor did, but you didn't have any of the income information, I take it.
I didn't. I did talk with Andy, right? Yeah. With Andy about it. He offered me to look at it. My issue with that was that it's the income for the business, not necessarily strictly real estate in this case. This could be a leased out structure, but I don't know what that cost per square foot would be. I don't have the data. It's more of a unique property, and we don't have enough information on it to develop that income approach. Which I did not.
So, Mr. Chair, there's cost, there's price, there's value. See, cost, value, price, and worth. In my 30 years of appraising real estate, 35, cost and value are very rarely the same. And I think I can be an expert witness with 30 years of appraising commercial real estate. I'd like to think that I could. If I didn't think this was worth $2,423,500, I wouldn't have put this together. I mean, this is reality. This is somebody's livelihood. I'm saying that this thing, when we went to that assessment appeal, Simpson even said a new property takes 3 to 4 years to stabilize. This is the first year. It's a form of economic obsolescence. And that's the part that I don't think you applied to the cost approach.
I'm going to go to the rest of the board.
I don't have enough background on this. Mine was strictly residential background, so I've got to lean towards Ron's expertise relative to these.
I'm saying when Andy can come in and show us the income that would support that number, I'll buy it. But if we don't do something today, I don't know that he's going to be able to keep the doors open 2 more years for the nice facility that he built for the Hill City area.
And I'm kind of torn because, I get your passion with this, Ron, and I understand this part, but have we done this with other businesses is where I'm kind of looking at. I understand Ron's approach is an income, and then he shows it actually going up. And I get what Trevor's saying, he's doing the replacement cost. You're doing what you needed to do. I mean, how much do you have into that building? So
About 2.5 in it with the,
you got 2.5
and then
with the land
in the building.
and the building. So, I mean, you had to have at least that in order, that's why you wanted the 3 million from the bank at 3.5, and you came in under that, but you covered it. So I do understand that. I would ask, Shannon, do you have anything to add on this?
I'll add one short comment. I think Trevor has represented our value very well. As I'm sitting down there thinking, the only thing I want to add is we are appraising a building. We're not appraising the owner or his business, and it's not our job to set his assessment at a level that'll make his business profitable. I don't care if he's in business in Hill City in another 2 or 3 years. My job is to appraise his property at what it's worth. The business and its sustainability is the manager's responsibility. We are looking at just the building and what the whole property, land and building, is worth. And I think Trevor's represented that very well. He turned down the income information because the income information is business income. And yes, the first year probably was pretty low. Any business would. But that doesn't change the value of the property.
Mr. Chair.
So can I,
Thank you, Shannon.
can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
So that was one of the initial things I looked at, right? And right now, if you look at our value is that 2.4 million is $288 a square foot. But then the minor is $86 a square foot. Prairie Berry is $95 a square foot. Smoke Jumper is $42 a square foot. And then we talk about depreciation. So does that mean in 10 years mine will be down to $100 a square foot? Because I've never seen property taxes go down or evaluations go down, right? So that's kind of where I was originally coming with. It's almost like there was no common, what do I want to call it, baseline or comparable. So they just took the cost that I spent on it, which I spent. I mean, I could have built that thing a lot cheaper and it wouldn't be as nice and it wouldn't be, I mean, you part of that is built. So it's almost like I got to pay more taxes because I built a nicer building, right? Where it's generating the same amount of income.
Mr. Chair.
So
I
just think that
Travis.
$208 is, I don't see any other comparable. And I think we just took the value divided by the square foot and said that's what it was.
Travis had a question.
So I have a question. I get it that it's a new building, and I understand looking at something that's new. So I get that piece of it. But what I do have to ask, this is a business, so Prairie Berry and all that, do we value their property as a structure? Or do we have to take an income approach? Do we have to take a cost approach? How do we deal with other things that are very similar to this in the aspect of, maybe I can agree on the first year you're valuing it at the cost, so hopefully I can make that understandable. But moving forward, it is a business. Does it transition to be in a business formula that we evaluate it, or like some of the ones we've evaluated in the past, or how do we carry on with this? Because that's going to be a determining factor for my decision on that.
The law requires that we consider all three approaches to value. There's a cost approach to value, which is Trevor's talking about. There's a sales comparison approach, which has been alluded to. And there's the income approach. All three are estimating market value. So don't think that we value it based on cost and then we value it based on business. We're looking for market value. All three approaches looking for the same number. And in a perfect world, maybe they would come up with the same number. They're just different routes to get to market value. In our office, we have a valuation model for the cost approach, and we use that to appraise all properties in the county. The cost approach works very well in the assessment world because it applies to every property. Every property, we can estimate how much it costs to build it, and we know what the land is worth. The cost approach is easily applied to all of them. So we have an appraisal number for every property based on the cost approach. we have a sales comparison model that we use for all residential properties, because residential properties typically sell based on, I can get this one for this much, this one's a little bit better, I'll be willing to pay a little bit more. Income producing properties, it's a little difficult to apply to some of them, but we use a sales comparison value on residential properties. Now, we've got two indications of value for a house. We've got cost approach, sales comparison approach. We will use a sales comparison approach on a commercial property, but it will be in an appeal situation like this, we'll create one and we'll come up with that on these. But as everybody acknowledges, there's just no sales of property like this, okay? We also use an income approach on income producing properties, and we get that value. But as Trevor has stated here, this is not a strip mall. It's not like we can find 5 properties and say all of these properties are renting for $12 a square foot. We just don't have any like this, and in fact, this one's not even rented. The income approach that's been described here is estimating income based on a cost approach value, and that we don't have rent information for this, and there ain't any building like it that's rented. We're talking business income, but that's the business that's in it, and we're appraising the real estate and not the business. The cost approach is just the best indication of value for this.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Shannon, I've said it once and I'll say it again. If you can prove to me that you can show me the replacement cost and you show me the depreciation rate, now there's 3 types of depreciation: economic, physical, functional. You show me how you treated each one of those to arrive at that number, and I said I could buy it. But I can tell you what, the cost approach don't retire debt. And this is a business operation, and that building's part of that business operation. I think we found that out with Holiday Inn Plaza. So I'm willing to make a compromise and go to the 2024 recommendation, but I will not support the current assessed value on that, because I don't think you can prove to me how you can support your depreciation rate, functional, external, and economic, functional, and physical. That's just a fact.
I got a question for you, Ron. We brought up the Rushmore several times, and the approach that they used was the cost and income, correct? And I think Equalization disagreed with that too, because it was the numbers that were provided. We didn't know if they were correct. Were they all, I mean, there was a lot of variables that could, when you go by the cost, am I correct? I mean, I wasn't there, that's why I'm asking. And
The final ruling was based on income, because it's an income property. Andy didn't buy this to live in it. He bought it to generate income, maybe not on I'm gonna rent this per square foot. The business model was to put wedding venues in there, and the income from the wedding venues would pay for the taxes, pay for the utilities, insurance, salaries, management, rental.
But I also understand when a person goes into business, that's why they give them 3 years to taxes. If you lose in 3 years, you can't deduct that away anymore. I mean, you start a new business, it's not always going to be up and going full bore. It takes a while to get up and going. So, Mike, I'm just wondering, with the last one that we had, we went by that income approach. I think the consensus was that wasn't a good way to go. We didn't agree with it. We appealed it and we lost. But I'm just kind of figuring, I see this as kind of the same scenario is what I'm seeing, and yes, it's a unique building. It's got a specific person or use of it. But does that mean, since they maybe overbuilt from what was happening, or it's not up and running yet, that depreciates the building? I don't know. I'm just trying to find some common ground on this.
I think my common ground would be, I'll just go ahead and make the motion. I'll leave 2023 alone. Make the assumption that things are going to pick up for 2024. And my recommendation would be 1,938,700 or 272 a square foot. The land 366,800, the building 1,471,900 or $222 a square foot. Keeping in mind that we don't even have that much money invested in the Great Western Bank building, even with the remodel, that comes out less than 220 a square foot.
Do that one more time. That was kind of fast.
Total price or total value.
Land is what?
366. It's on the up on top.
Yep, 366,800.
Building 1,571,900 for a total of 1,938,700 or $272 a square foot.
That's your motion.
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second. Any more discussion? Any last comments? Trevor?
I could talk to the about the differences between Prairie Berry and Minor and the square foot value if that's needed, but I don't know if that's necessary for this motion. So
Okay.
And Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lassiter?
I'm kind of stuck. You're right, Trevor. It's a unique property. It's, how do we best get to it? I think you did a good job getting the information, and I'm just kind of stuck on that one too. Thank you, though.
So there is one, I guess one other thing. I mean, there's one other structure like this that exists in Rockerville, built by the same contractor.
No, it wasn't.
A little bit smaller.
It wasn't built by the same contractor, so don't.
Okay, I thought it was.
No.
I must be
Don't make
wrong.
assumptions.
It's a very similar property as far as the building goes. It's on a campground, so that's different. We just for equalization purposes, so we did assess that very similarly, and use the same methodology with the same quality on that structure as well.
Okay. Well, I think you did a very good job, Trevor, and I think, I don't know, this is kind of a tough deal. 2024, bringing it up close, I think I'd probably put the property owner on notice that hopefully he can get things up and going because, pretty soon it's going to be assessed at what it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? But I've heard some pretty compelling stuff here today, and that's my 2 cents. If I'm here next year, it could be something different. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, if you'll make.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I did is we just bought 2 buildings. And so the Great Western Bank building, we paid $5,025,000. That building's 36,591 square foot. It's a Class A building. Along with that building came a 28,000 square foot site that's worth $20 a square foot. That's not contiguous. It's on the other side of St. Joe. The unit price for that was $137 a square foot. Keeping in mind, it's a better built building, but it's old, but it's got utility. There's, people are in it right now. They're using it. Now it's going to cost us $44 a square foot or $1.6 million to get that where the county can move into it. But when it's all said and done, turnkey is $146 a square foot with the 28,000 square foot site on the other side of the street and the 28,000 square foot site where the building sits. So that's $146 a square foot, turnkey. And if we take my recommendation, we're going to be at $220 a square foot for this. The building we're going to be moving into next year, we paid $92 a square foot for that. So we got the building, we got a 10-acre site, and we got the infrastructure, and we got the paving on that site. And we're going to have to I'm going to use $6,500,000 before we can move in. But when it's all said and done, that's going to be $177 a square foot. So that $220 a square foot, I think, is very fair, using my rationale.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, can you repeat the structure number, please?
The land or the structure number, am I correct, around 1,571,900? Is that,
The total would be 1,938,700.
Structure was right.
The building, 1,571,900. The land at 366,800.
Thank you.
And in closing, I just want to say, this is a tough one. I don't know that there's a solid right or wrong. And the building that you're talking about, Trevor, that Justin Eisenbraun built at Rockerville, when he sells that, then we'll have a sale, and we'll hang our hat on that.
we do have a motion on the floor. It's clarified. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross, you gotta go. Okay.
Our next appeal is tab 123, Mr. Mearsman. The property owner has some handouts for you.
Okay.
Day without a handout, today without sunshine.
And you are Mark?
I am Mark.
Okay.
You just have to.
Thank you.
Somebody sit here, is that right?
Oh, no, she already left.
And you, Mark, you've been here, so you know we're gonna give Chelsea her, the floor first. It's been one of those days, Chelsea.
It's almost done.
It is. But, so we'll give you the floor, and then Mark will give you follow-up after that. Thank you, Chelsea.
Okay, good afternoon. Chelsea Willett with the Department of Equalization. We're going to be discussing tax ID 33041, located at 2719 Jenny Gulch Road in Rapid City, north off of Catron Boulevard, located in the Springbrook Acres subdivision. The residence is a 2,300 square foot modular over a full basement containing 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms of average quality construction built in 2001. Originally, the homeowner was concerned about the value, and when we talked about the property, concerns were expressed about the condition and of some of its structural integrity. For example, the roof is leaking, the skylights leak, and the foundation has been cracked. This prompted myself to request an interior and exterior inspection of the property. Upon inspection, I confirmed that those concerns do exist. The roof is leaking, though it has been recently replaced. He is still experiencing water in the home and there is heavy snow and rain. There was a crack in the basement wall, which has since been sealed. It was sealed by the homeowner, and some of the drywall and framing is still exposed in the basement. The homeowner had additional concerns about another leak in the basement, but it hasn't been investigated, and the cost to cure is unclear. When comparing the inspected home to the original listing photos, it shows that the kitchen has been replaced. Floors, cabinets, and countertops have all been updated. I was advised the reason for this upgrade was due to an insurance claim from when the property was purchased back in 2017. No other changes have been made, besides some painting and more leaking from the roof and skylights. I've attached a copy of the comparable sales sheet, but truly only to show that my recommendation of value is significantly lower than the other properties within the neighborhood. My recommendation is to go with the cost approach, less cost to cure for the items that we've kind of talked about, for a total of $538,200, with land at $78,400 and structures at $459,800.
Thank you, Chelsea. Mark, you have the floor. Is there any questions for Chelsea?
Not yet.
Mark, you have the floor.
Okay.
So good afternoon, my name's Mark Mearsman. I'm here to appeal my property tax assessment to you today, round 3 of 6 apparently. So an assessor, Ms. Willett from the Equalization Office, came out to look at my property as she stated at the beginning of this process, and after walking through noting the interior issues of my house, called me back with the downward revision as she stated. In order to validate this was the right number, because I've never done this before, I asked to move this to the next round in the process, which is here. Well, to start with the city. So this allowed me to get the CMA that you have as, from a licensed real estate agent, as well as further research what would constitute the right or best value of my property. So the CMA recommends a 507 total price or value of my property, and adding the issues Ms. Willett and I discussed, as well as the outdated nature of various other parts of my house, bathrooms, the basement and such. So I'm requesting a revision to the lower of, because I have some additional information today, of 475,000, or a recalculation based on some questions or potential disconnects I found with additional research regarding the value, how it was determined. So in the list of 36 sales that you have there, my house value is based on, that's from my understanding. There's 3 columns regarding the basement: total square footage, minimum finished, and partition finished. And the comparable sales report has basement finishes of high and minimal. So there's a couple different categories of how they characterize the basement. So my house on the comparable sales list has my basement finish as high. And when I think it should be minimal, given the Marshall and Swift definition that you have as well, that the Equalization Office uses, of course, by administrative rule. Please look at the underlined language. There's some elasticity interpretation there, so I assume that's what you all are about, can determine, base your decision on. So my basement does have drywall everywhere. There's no insulation between it and the foundation. I believe there's poor to shoddy workmanship. There are cracked concrete painted floors. Second, I have the split on carpet and concrete. So I have 2280 square feet in the basement, which is the same square footage as the main part of the house, the first floor. 738 square feet, or 32%, are finished with carpet. Unfinished, no paint whatsoever, bare concrete, 250 square feet, or 11%, and 68%, or 57%, is 1,290 square feet of painted concrete, or 68% is non-carpeted. So that's kind of where the interpretation, I think, could come in. I have 2 of 7 rooms with insufficient lighting. I have 1 storage room with bare concrete, as I said, 1 mechanical room with bare concrete, and insufficient HVAC for the entire square footage of the basement. It's not comparable to the main upstairs residence, which is part of the definition and requires incidental heat sources to be livable in the winter when the temperature cannot get above 50 degrees. So the article I also included about what constitutes a finished basement lists out what I have found out on other websites as well, such as thisoldhouse.com, merriam-webster.com. In fact, there's apparently a definition of finished basement, which compares it to the first floor. houseandhomeonline.com and angie.com and ownerly.com. So this is what I think the market says is a finished basement. My square footage, I think, should be designated minimal finished as opposed to high, or whatever the varying categories are that it should fit in. And I guess I'm wondering if I'm correct in assuming that will lower the value of the house, because that's 50% of my whole square footage of the house. So I assume it does, but I'm not the appraiser expert or the accounting. So in summary, though, I think that there are parts of the assessment process that may not have been executed properly, like the basement square footage and tagging it as high finish versus low, or partition, or whatever that term is, and are inherently, as well as, when you look at the comparables, I think the CMA only picks out 2 in my area, 50, neighborhood 69, Springbrook Acres. And it just, it creates equivalencies, and it, I think, creates a smaller data set, which I think is actually more helpful, because when you use the comparable sales of 36 properties where the variances are off from where the assessments are off from the sales by, $100,000 or more in each direction, right? Sales price is higher than the assessed value or lower than the assessed value. It's all over. So I think they're inherent. I believe, from my review and knowing my neighborhood, I think when you create that larger look and you step outside of our neighborhood or the HOA there, Springbrook Acres, I think it introduces problems and create for the individual taxpayer, and introduces variances that skew the numbers. That's from my rudimentary review, but I'm not the expert. So, of the 36 comparable sales, 2 were within 5,000. 5 of the 36 were off by over 100,000 in both directions again. So, in one sense, when you look at that, some taxpayers are, they're the sales price, which I guess is the value validating number, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, if the value comes in, or the sales price comes in at $100,000 or more lower, well, they've been overpaying taxes by $100,000 or more for X number of years, and the inverse is true. So in the aggregate, I get it. If it's close, that's fine in the aggregate for at the county or state level and for all the generating. But, inversely, the individual taxpayer, again, is either getting a great deal or getting a horrible deal, right? Depending on whether that sales validating exercise, which I'm not going through, so I'll never know, in 5 or 10 years what the right number is. So this is all sort of an exercise in guessing. That's what it comes across to me. So anyway, so I think the taxpayer is hugely at risk, certainly when you aggregate, when you add in the 36 versus comparing it just to my neighborhood. So that's sort of my review. So I do think, especially going back to the basement, I think it would be useful to approach the process, in my opinion, and the various rules and the application thereof by interpreting those rules to the benefit of the taxpayer, because it appears to me they're not sort of interpreted or designed like that. Like in baseball, the tie goes to the runner. It'd be nice if, the rules could be interpreted to the benefit of the taxpayer. So that's my case. So I leave it to y'all.
Well, thanks, Mark.
Thanks for listening.
That was a lot in a short period of time. You did a lot of information there. Bottom line, what was your ask, what that you think it's worth?
Well, so my question is, it's either an aggregate of 475, given the challenges and what's going on in the basement and the various rules and definitions. But really, in one sense, I don't know if it needs to be recalculated if we all agree, or if anybody agrees or not, or if you make a decision that, the finish is tagged wrong, because I assume the algorithm that spits out these numbers needs to be rerun with moving 2,280 square feet into a minimal finished basement versus a highly finished basement. Because my basement, in my opinion, is far from being highly finished, right? Or whatever. So I don't know if that changes the number by $1,000 or $200,000. So I've asked for the lower, because I think there needs to be a recalculation if my argument that my basement is not highly finished, or at the, again, it's minimal, then I think it needs to be recalculated.
You're not answering.
And I don't know which is lower.
You're giving me a long explanation.
I know, sorry.
So I'm thinking what you're basically asking is what the local board gave you is, which is 78.4 for the land, 396.6 for the structure, for a total of 475. But you're also, I get.
Yeah, because
you're asking, but I want to go to the board before, give them a chance if they have any questions. Or
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So, Mark, were you the purchaser of the house in 2017?
Yeah, me and my wife.
Okay, and you paid the $280,000 at that time?
Correct.
And since that time, have you done basically any improvements on the house?
You see the fence there, mostly exterior, interior, nothing. I probably actually created a problem because I took out a bunch of stuff in the basement to create an open room that had walls, so I took those walls out. So I've probably done some demo work inside,
Okay.
and that's it inside. So I've done most of my work outside, but as we discussed during the visit, that didn't
So
really
do you think
do
you took
anything.
away any value with the work that you did in the basement?
Probably, not much, but a little bit, because I took out some walls and I never finished it.
Okay. And Chelsea, you've been in the house,
Yes.
and the basement condition at this point do you think it's been degraded since it was purchased in 2017?
No, and it's a tough one. Where he removed the walls from is just that strip of drywall that's missing. But nothing else has changed in regards to, like, the drywall's still up, the floor is still stained concrete, the rooms still exist. There's HVAC that's got drywall over it. I mean, those things are still there. Do I think it would be considered as minimal? No. I don't, I think we could pull the listing photos up and it would look almost the same as what's there now.
And do you have what the 23 assessment was?
23 and 24 are the same, last 2 years.
Did you
Oh,
appeal this
that
last
was the
year?
same?
No change this year
Okay.
from last year.
Okay. Did you appeal it last year, Tim?
No, I didn't, until my taxes went up $1,600, like 39%. If it goes up $100 or $200, I don't know anything about anything, but when it goes up 1,600, I get to enjoy this.
Okay. That's all I got.
And now I know too much, and I'm probably armed just enough to be dangerous.
So my
with
question
respect to
is,
this process.
and I hear this a lot when stuff happens. My floor is cracked, this concrete does crack unless the foundation's lifting. I mean, those are the typical problems. Is the siding on this vinyl?
No.
It's not vinyl siding, okay, can't tell from here. So, and access to the basement is through stairways from inside the mobile home.
Correct.
So what year is this mobile home, do we know?
It's modular, it's
Modular.
2001.
2001, so
Yeah.
it's a newer one. Being on a foundation, I own several mobile homes, so the quality of it qualifies for financing it as a home.
Right.
I mean, we can say that much. So with that much, that is a lot of square footage, and I understand some of the problems that you're talking about, that with these modulars, I don't know if you have heat ducts, can you heat the basement?
Yes.
Or he can, so,
Yes.
so it's got heat, that he can heat it.
Mhm.
Okay,
Up
so
to
that,
about 50, or if we're lucky, 55 degrees.
yeah, I got a regular house and it's the same way.
Right.
I mean, if your ductwork isn't,
But the definition of, whether a basement is finished or not is predicated on comparable to the first floor, which it's not comparable, right?
well,
By HVAC,
but
by workmanship, by quality, by the definition.
basements are appraised lower than the upper level for that reason.
Well, but then
So-
it's got the quality, they got the qualifier between high and low, or minimal or partition. So I don't know if those materially impact the calculation that spits out.
What really affects it to me is that it's on a foundation with a basement, being a modular. I'm struggling with the 596. I am really struggling with that because
Right. The 596 is,
the 538, you moved it down to
yeah,
538.
I would like to do the 538. I think that's appropriate for him.
Because the difference between yours and the local board was about 50,000 or a little bit more than that, but we know with the local board, they don't really they don't tell us what their justification is. You know what I'm saying? I hear pecking on the calculator, so I'm gonna wait just a minute to see if there's a motion.
I'm just looking at this is the modular home. And out in our subdivision, one of my tenants just put a double wide in a couple months ago. And to get it, and that's just on piers, but his price from Eisman, I think, was 154,000, and it's a smaller one. It's 750 square feet, so that's $205 or $205 a square foot. And it's just on piers that don't have a basement, and it does not include the land. He leases the site from me, so I'm looking, just, that's my comparable that I'm trying to digest, and the recommended unit value is $236.05. Well, just based on that and the cost to replace any residential structure or component in today's market, that doesn't seem too far off to me, but.
What are you talking, the 538 too?
Right. So the land's at 78, or that stays the same, I'm assuming. So the land, if you take the square foot of the building, that's $37 a square foot. So if you take the $236, you can, $236 a square foot, you can take off $38 a square foot for the land, so it leaves you at less than $200 a square foot for the structure, which, based on what I've seen, that seems pretty reasonable. I don't know how they treat the basement, but like I said, the one that they put up in my subdivision, it doesn't have a basement at all. It's just on piers.
So that with the $200 a square foot that you're talking, that comes up to the 538 too. Okay. Any other questions for staff or
Well, the only
for
thing,
Mark?
Chelsea, can you put this grid, can you put that on the screen?
No. Well, we can put it on just like our regular one, but it won't have our pretty
I
colors.
just wanted Mark to sit there, and if he could see this and say what would he disagree with on this?
So the grid that you're referring to is the 5 comparables, right?
Yes.
Right. So this goes back to the sort of the effort, the exercise in guessing. One sold, so they sold, these 5 comps sold anywhere from 109,100 below the tax value to 52,800 above the tax value. So you could pick any number out of whatever and say that's closer than what's there, right? Than what it would, again, the closest value, one sold for above tax value 37,000, that's the closest, right? And then the next one is 38.1, and then there's one that sold below tax value of 109,000, so I feel sorry for that taxpayer. Another one sold below for 74,500, right? And then another one sold above for 52.8. So, I get it. I mean, until you sell the house, you don't know what the right answer is. So there is no answer.
Right.
Because it's all predicated on sales value. So you could pick a number out of the air, So I'm trying to, equate it to, what's going on in my basement. We got, 58,300 or 58,000 something or whatever the number is decremented for the specific problems. But, the definition of, minimal or partition finished, the way it's written by Marshall and Swift, leaves a door this wide to run your interpretation through, right? Which can be certainly not to benefit to me. It seems it's aligned to benefit the tax authority, right? To give them the wherewithal to say, oh, this is a high or a partition, because you can't tag it. It's really a mixed bag between low and high or low and partition, whichever your category is, right? But when you have 1x4s as trim, that's not really trim. That's a painted 1x4 as trim. That's not quality workmanship like the Marshall and Swift definition.
I'll disagree
Right.
with that.
What's that?
I'll disagree with that. I use it.
Well, okay, right. So there's
Very
you
much
go. We got
disagree with
two different opinions, right? So you can run that opinion or that interpretation through the door this wide. That's exactly the problem. It's the same with the sales being the validating number, and the variance is, again, 37,000, 109,000. And, you look at the 36 things here, you have two out of 36 that are within $5,000, right? You have two that sold for greater than over 100,000 below the tax assessing price. You have three above 100,000 or greater above the tax assessing price. And you have 15 in the aggregate, again, 2 of 5,000, 15 sold below the tax value, 19 sold above. And again, greater than $100,000 in either direction. Pick your number out of the air.
Yeah,
Again, I'm trying to apply definitions. We've got the specific problems that have been tagged to 58,000X. So I'm just doing the best I can. I mean, I'm happy to go on to round 4, 5, and 6 because there's no loss on my part to keep going. I'd like to get to 475 or whatever is lower, predicated on a recalculation. I don't know if that may not be material. The recalculation may not do much of anything, right? If you tag the basement as low or minimal, right? Because you can, again, run the interpretation, it's not comparable to above, which is what the definition is, right? Marshall and Swift that you have.
In my commercial appraisal business, I have a commercial Marshall Swift. I quit using that, and the reason why, it's very sensitive to the regions, and it's so historically low for this area. If I want to know what something costs, I call Jim Skull, Bob Skull, Sequel Construction, Kurtz Construction, Wrangle Construction. I just got done appraising the Hill City ambulance, and I did not use, I threw that manual away long. I called each one of those contractors, and I said, this is what I got, what's it going to cost to build it? And so you mentioned Marshall Swift, I don't know.
Well, but that's the administrative rule that they have to follow. That's the definition.
I have a motion. My motion would be to set the structure at 428,100, the land at 78,400. That would make the total 506,500.
I'll second.
Thank you. And the reason why I did that is I think there probably is some issues and so forth, but I think it's very much well worth that. I don't agree with the assessment from the city. I really don't. I mean, we heard a lot of different stuff here, so that's the number I come up with.
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
So, Mark, as I listened to you, I didn't hear any argument on the land value, so so you're basically agreeable with that. So
I have no issues with the land.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Darn it.
Huh?
Darn it. Shannon, what do you want us to do with these? Gotta use the binders. Thank you, Mark.
We've got
Thanks,
another one
Mark.
made for tomorrow,
Okay.
but we would like to have the binders because we didn't buy a binder for every
So we
single day.
can take the stuff up now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Remember?
We'll leave it in.
Tell Trevor,
Oh, shoot.
I don't know, just, we didn't agree, but, you know.
Take a motion
I
to
admire
recess.
I'll make a
his
motion
hard
to
work.
recess.
Second, all in
Just
favor,
building
say aye.
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 hard feelings up. I hope there's no hard feelings
2 to
on his
1.
part.